It was 2014 when I decided to take a long break from everything. I was 28, living alone in a small apartment just outside Tulsa, Oklahoma. I'd been working as a delivery driver for nearly 6 years and felt like my life was stuck. I wasn't unhappy, but I wasn't really doing anything with myself either. My job was fine, I had a small group of friends, and my rent was cheap, but something about that year felt off. I needed to clear my head. One Friday afternoon in late September, I told my manager I wanted to use my vacation time. He approved it, no questions asked. I packed up some clothes, basic supplies, and enough food for a week, and I drove east toward Arkansas. I didn't really have a solid plan. I just knew I wanted to be somewhere quiet, away from people, noise, and responsibility. While browsing around on an old camping forum the night before, I'd seen someone mention a privately owned cabin near a shut-down rock quarry in the Ozark Mountains. The quarry had been closed since the early 1990s, and the owner had apparently converted one of the old operator buildings into a basic off-grid cabin that he occasionally rented out. There was no electricity or running water, but it was secluded and surrounded by woods and hills. That was all I wanted. I got in touch with the guy. His name was Larry or something similar, and he gave me the address. It was just a mailing box off a forest road, but he told me the cabin would be unlocked and ready. I drove about 6.5 hours, arriving around 4 p.m. on Saturday. The forest road was rough, full of potholes and loose gravel. I had to park my Civic about a quarter mile from the actual cabin because the road turned into a narrow, washed-out path only a truck could manage. I carried my duffel bag and backpack the rest of the way. The cabin sat at the edge of the woods, maybe a few hundred feet from the edge of the quarry. I hadn't seen any pictures, so I didn't really know what to expect, but it looked like a long, single-room shed made of old wood with a metal roof. It didn't look like it had been used in a while, but it wasn't falling apart either. There was a stack of split firewood on one side, a big metal drum for burning trash, and a small outhouse a few yards away behind the trees. The inside was plain but decent. There was a narrow cot with a thin mattress, a wooden table with a couple of chairs, and some shelves built into the walls. A few candles were stuck to small plates for light. There was also a cast iron stove in the corner, which looked like it hadn't been lit in years, but it was still functional. It smelled like dust, old wood, and faint mildew, but it wasn't terrible. I dropped my bags on the floor and sat on the cot. It was quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the faint hum in your ears from the lack of background noise. No cars, no music, no voices, just trees, wind, and the distant sound of birds. I remember thinking, this is exactly what I needed. The first 2 days went by peacefully. I slept late, ate cold food, and spent hours walking through the woods. I brought a notebook with me and wrote random thoughts, things I hadn't thought about in years. The air felt cleaner out there. I'd always believed being in the woods alone would make me feel nervous or vulnerable, but I felt safer than I ever did back home. But the third day, things started to feel strange. Not loud, not dangerous, just strange. It started with the feeling that something had been moved. When I came back from a walk around the old quarry on Monday evening, I noticed the stack of firewood outside the cabin looked different. Not a huge change, just 1 or 2 logs missing from the top. At first, I figured maybe it had just settled or shifted, but the next morning when I stepped outside, there were fresh scuff marks in the dirt leading toward the trees, like someone had dragged one of the logs away. I looked around, didn't see anyone, and chalked it up to animals or my own overthinking. Later that day, I hiked down into the quarry itself. It was dry, wide, and mostly overgrown with tall weeds and brush. There were still old cement blocks and rebar scattered around, along with rusted metal debris. It had a strange feel to it, like time had paused. I found a half-buried boot near one of the concrete foundations and left it where it was. I remember thinking it looked out of place. When I got back to the cabin around 5 p.m., I noticed something else. One of the candles inside had been moved from the table to the shelf by the window. That one made my stomach drop a little. I knew for a fact I hadn't touched it. The wax was still soft, like someone had recently lit it, even though I hadn't used any candles since I arrived. That night, I barely slept. I laid on the cot with my knife under my pillow, staring at the door. I didn't hear anything, but I kept getting that feeling, like someone was nearby. The next morning, I searched the area more carefully. I found prints, boot prints, not mine. They were faint, but I could tell they were from a different tread pattern than my shoes. I followed them about 30 feet into the woods, but they disappeared into the underbrush. I checked my car, which was still parked up the path. Nothing seemed stolen, but someone had wiped their hand across the dusty rear windshield. There was a clear streak through it, like someone had run their palm along the glass. That afternoon, I thought about leaving. I packed some things and considered hiking back to the road, but I hesitated. I felt like if someone really wanted to hurt me, they'd have already done it. Maybe it was just a local messing around. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was probably nothing. I should have left. That night was the worst. I kept the knife on me, even when I went to the outhouse before bed. I lit one of the candles and set it near the door just to have a little light. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not an animal, not wind, footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps just outside the cabin. Gravel crunching under weight. I sat up, heart pounding, not moving. I didn't want to make a sound. The steps circled the cabin once, then stopped. I held my breath. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. The seconds dragged into minutes. No more footsteps. No knock. No voice. Just silence. I stayed like that until the sun started to rise. When I finally stepped outside, the first thing I saw was a pile of rocks. Small ones, arranged in a neat triangle on the wooden steps. Like a symbol. Not natural. Deliberate. It didn't mean anything to me, but I knew someone had been right there while I slept. I packed everything and started walking toward the road. But when I reached the spot where I'd left my car, it was gone. At first, I thought I'd gotten turned around. I searched for over an hour, retracing my steps, sweating and panicking. Eventually, I found the tire marks in the dirt. Someone had driven it off. I was alone, deep in the woods with no signal, no vehicle, and no clue who had taken my car. I had a small solar charger for my phone, but I hadn't been able to get a signal since arriving. There were no nearby cabins or stations. Nothing but trees, rock, and hills. I knew the closest town was maybe 15 or 20 miles east, but I didn't know how to reach it through the woods, and I wasn't about to walk along back roads in case whoever took my car came back. So I went back to the cabin. I didn't want to, but I didn't have a choice. I stayed there that night with everything barricaded. Stove pushed in front of the door, chairs stacked against the windows. I didn't sleep. Around midnight, I saw something through a gap in the wood slats. Just movement. Someone was standing out there in the dark. Not moving, just standing, watching. I wanted to scream, but I stayed quiet. By morning, they were gone. I didn't wait another day. I gathered what I could carry: water, food, knife, flashlight, phone, and started walking through the forest toward where I thought the main road would be. I avoided the trails. I kept low. Every sound made me jump. It took me 2 full days to reach the highway. I slept under a tree the first night, barely eating, constantly checking behind me. I finally flagged down a trucker who called the county sheriff. My car was found abandoned in a dry creek bed 2 counties over. Keys gone, windows smashed. Nothing was taken from it, just left there. They never found out who took it. The sheriff said they had issues with squatters near old mining properties. Sometimes drug runners passed through the backwoods. Could have been anyone. No prints, no witnesses. I didn't go back for my things. The cabin, the quarry, left it all behind. For months, I had nightmares. Not about being hurt, but about being watched. Followed. I moved apartments, changed my number, stopped going on solo trips. The thought that someone had been near me for days, maybe even inside the cabin while I was gone, that's what stuck with me. I wasn't followed. I rebuilt my life, got a new job, met new people. But I never forgot what happened out there, and I never went back. I was 33 years old when I decided to take a long break from everything. It was mid-October, 2022. I had just quit my job at a construction company in Syracuse, New York, after more than a decade of nonstop work. I didn't have any kids, I wasn't married. I had some money saved, and for once I didn't feel like explaining myself to anyone. I just needed to get away from people, noise, phones, everything. I didn't want to fly anywhere or stay in a hotel. I wanted something quiet and cheap. I found a cabin on a small rental site, tucked in a wooded part of Maine near the edge of Baxter State Park. The place didn't have Wi-Fi or cell service. That was part of the reason I chose it. It was marketed as a deep woods off-grid cabin with propane heat and solar power, with a manual pump for water and an outhouse a few yards from the back porch. It was built in the 1970s and looked like no one had lived there full-time for a long time. I booked it for 21 days. I drove up with a few boxes of canned food, dry goods, 2 coolers full of ice, a propane camping stove even though the cabin had one, and a .30-06 rifle I'd taken hunting with my uncle when I was younger. I didn't really expect to use the rifle, but I felt better having it. The last hour of the drive was just dirt roads through forest. No towns, no gas stations, no houses. Just trees and rocks and small winding trails. The GPS cut out, and I used the directions the cabin owner emailed me. I almost missed the turn. It was just a narrow trail that sloped upward between thick pine trees. The trail twisted for about half a mile before I saw the roof of the cabin through the trees. It was a simple structure. 1 floor, wooden siding that was weathered to a gray-brown color. It had a small porch with 2 chairs and an old grill. The front windows were covered in a layer of pollen or dirt that dulled the light. Inside, there was 1 room with a bed, a small table, a wood stove, and shelves with pots, plates, and a few old books. The back door led out to a small overhang and a trail down to the outhouse. There were no mirrors anywhere inside. The first night was quiet. I cooked some beans, heated water for tea, and sat on the porch. The sky was clear. It was darker than I was used to. You could see every star. I didn't hear any traffic or planes. Just the wind moving through the trees and an owl calling now and then. It was peaceful. I read a few chapters of a book, crawled into bed, and fell asleep with no trouble. The second day, I went for a short hike down the trail behind the cabin. I brought my rifle and a day pack with some food and water. The trees were already losing their leaves, and the ground was covered in rust-colored pine needles. I walked for about 2 hours and didn't see a single person. No footprints, no campsites, no wrappers or bottles. It was like no one had ever been there. I liked that. When I got back to the cabin that afternoon, I noticed something small and odd. The folding knife I kept on the windowsill next to my bed was on the floor. It was a simple buck knife I used to cut rope or whittle wood. I always left it in the same place. I thought maybe I knocked it down in the morning while grabbing my jacket, but I couldn't remember doing that. Still, I didn't think much of it. That night, I was woken up just before 2 a.m. I remember the exact time because I checked my watch on the bedside table. I didn't know what woke me. Maybe a sound, maybe a feeling. I just knew something was off. I listened. The wind was still. No rain. No animals. I didn't hear anything at all. I got up, turned on my flashlight, and checked the front porch. Nothing. I walked to the back door and shined the light into the trees. Still nothing. But then I looked at the ground near the outhouse trail. There were tracks. Not animal tracks. They looked like boots. Just a few, maybe 6 steps going one direction toward the outhouse. The weird thing was, I hadn't gone to the outhouse since the day before, and I always wore hiking boots with deep treads. These prints were smooth-soled, like cheap work boots. I told myself maybe they were old and I just didn't notice them before. Maybe the rain had washed off the details, and my imagination was making them look fresh. Still, I locked the doors and slept with the rifle next to me. The next few days were quiet again. I read, fished at a small creek I found a mile down the trail, and wrote in a notebook. I didn't hear any engines or see any lights at night. No planes overhead. The silence started to feel heavier each day. It's strange how silence can wear you down. On the 6th morning, I noticed something else. The porch chair that faced the woods was turned just slightly. Maybe 20 degrees, just enough that I could tell it had been moved. I hadn't sat in that chair since I arrived. I always used the other one, the one that faced the trail. I checked the chair's legs for marks. The pine needles beneath it were disturbed, as if it had been shifted recently. The The wind could have done it, I thought, but there hadn't been much wind. That evening, as the sun went down, I brought the rifle with me when I stepped outside. I checked the area around the cabin carefully. I made a slow circle, scanning the trees, the underbrush, and the trail. I didn't see anything strange, but when I came back to the front porch, I noticed a small piece of white cloth snagged on a splinter of wood at the railing. It was maybe 2 inches long. It looked like the inside lining of a glove. I didn't own any gloves like that. I slept with one eye open that night. I didn't hear anything, but I had the growing sense that someone had been watching me. The next morning, I checked the cabin's perimeter again. I found more prints, faint ones, on the downhill slope behind the outhouse. These were different from mine, smaller, shallower, probably someone lighter, maybe a teenager or a small adult. I followed them for a bit until they disappeared into the undergrowth. No other signs. No wrappers, no cigarette butts, no food, no tools. Whoever it was had been careful. By the 10th day, I'd stopped enjoying the trip. I started locking both doors even during the day. I kept the rifle loaded and leaning next to my chair. I started whittling long sticks into crude spears just to keep my hands busy. My sleep got worse. I'd wake up every 2 or 3 hours and check the windows. A few nights I swore I heard footsteps outside, but I couldn't prove it. I never caught anyone, never saw lights, and never heard voices. On day 12, I hiked to the creek again, but I went off the main trail and circled around a different way. About 30 minutes in, I found something that made my chest go cold. It was an old camp, very basic, but someone had been using it. There were signs of a fire pit, a flattened patch of moss where someone had been sleeping, and a pile of stripped tree bark like someone had been using it for insulation or bedding. I didn't see any bags or supplies, just a few scattered wrappers and one metal spoon half buried in the dirt. The whole place smelled faintly like mildew and sweat. I didn't touch anything. I backed out slowly, rifle in hand, and made a wide loop back to the cabin. I didn't hear anyone follow me, but that night I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the porch chair, watching the trees, the rifle in my lap. Around 3:40 a.m., I saw movement. Not much, just a shape maybe 30 yards into the trees, standing still. It wasn't an animal. It was vertical. I lifted the rifle, looked through the scope, and saw what looked like the edge of a shoulder vanish behind a tree. Whoever it was had been watching the cabin. I didn't fire. I didn't shout. I just waited, but nothing else moved. By dawn, whoever it was had vanished. I considered leaving that morning, but I still had gas left in the generator and a lot of food. I told myself maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a lost hiker who stumbled across my place. But I couldn't shake the feeling that they'd been watching me on purpose. By day 15, things started escalating. I found deep scrape marks on one of the back windows, like someone had dragged a knife or a rock across it. The marks were long and uneven, and they didn't look like they were from an animal. On day 16, I found 2 empty shotgun shells near the creek. I hadn't heard any gunfire. They weren't mine. One of them looked old and rusty, but the other was clean. I started to believe I wasn't just being watched. Someone was messing with me. That night, I didn't turn on the cabin light. I sat in the dark, back against the wall, rifle ready, watching the windows. Around 1 a.m., I heard light tapping, barely audible, like fingernails on glass. It came from the back window near the outhouse trail. I didn't move. I waited. The tapping stopped. Then I heard footsteps crunching slowly toward the back door. I stood, quietly, holding the rifle aimed low. The footsteps stopped just outside. Then nothing. Silence. Not even the wind. I stood there for nearly 20 minutes without moving. When I finally opened the door and shined the flashlight, no one was there. No tracks. Just the faint smell of smoke in the air. On the final night, day 20, it all came to a head. I hadn't seen the watcher for 2 days. I hadn't found any new tracks or disturbances. I thought maybe he had left or lost interest. I stayed up until midnight and then went to bed. I remember the year was 2018. I was 29 years old, and for years I had worked in a quiet office job in the city of Ashland, Oregon. I didn't have many close friends, but I enjoyed my alone time, especially outdoors. So when the chance came to rent a cabin in the woods for a weekend, I jumped at it. The place was called Pine Ridge Cabin, nestled about 2 hours east of Ashland, deep in the Siskiyou Mountains. I picked the weekend in early October, hoping to catch the last colors of fall before winter settled in. The whole plan was simple. I'd drive out Friday afternoon, settle into the cabin, spend Saturday hiking the trails nearby, and come back Sunday evening. I had been to cabins before, but this was the first time I was going completely alone. No phone service was promised, and I welcomed the quiet, no emails, no social media, just me and the woods. What could go wrong? The drive out was long but peaceful. The highways slowly gave way to smaller country roads, the kind lined by towering fir trees and occasional farmhouses. When I got close to the cabin's address, I noticed how much the road narrowed and twisted. It felt remote, almost forgotten. Eventually, I found the dirt driveway and followed it up a small hill until I saw the cabin through the trees. It was a small wooden structure, built decades ago, maybe in the 1960s. The wood was weathered and grayish, but it looked sturdy. There was a small porch with a creaky rocking chair, a stone chimney on one side, and a stack of firewood piled neatly nearby. The windows were dark, and I could just make out a few old curtains inside. I pulled my backpack from the car and unlocked the door with the key left in a small lockbox by the porch. The inside smelled like old pine and a faint trace of smoke. It was modest, one room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove in the corner, a table and a couple of chairs, and a small bed pushed against the far wall. There was no electricity, only a few oil lamps on the shelves and some candles. A pile of newspapers from years ago was stacked on the floor near the stove. I set my things down and started making a fire in the stove. The sound of dry wood cracking and the faint warmth spreading made me feel at home. After unpacking, I went outside to explore the area. The cabin sat on a ridge overlooking a small valley below. Trees covered most of the hillsides, with patches of open meadows scattered around. A narrow dirt trail led down from the cabin into the woods. I followed it for about a mile, feeling the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. The air was crisp, smelling like pine and wet earth. It was the kind of silence that felt heavy, not peaceful, but like the forest was watching. As I walked back toward the cabin, I noticed something odd. On the ground near the trail, someone had drawn strange symbols with sticks and stones. They looked like circles with lines crossing through, rough and uneven. I felt a little uneasy but thought maybe some kids passing through had made them. I snapped a photo with my phone just in case. Back at the cabin, I spent the evening reading by the firelight and cooking a simple dinner of canned beans and rice on the small propane stove. I liked how isolated everything felt. No sounds from cars, no neighbors, just the occasional hoot of an owl or rustle of animals in the brush. Around 10 p.m., I went to bed early. The bed was hard but clean, covered with a threadbare blanket. I left the window cracked open a little, letting the cool mountain air in. I lay there for a long time, listening. The wind moved through the trees, making the branches tap softly against the cabin walls. Somewhere nearby, I heard the distant sound of water flowing, probably a creek down the ridge. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept hearing faint noises, like footsteps outside or twigs snapping. It was probably animals or the wind, I told myself. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger. I pulled the blanket tighter and finally drifted off. Saturday morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the window. The cabin felt colder than the night before. I started a fire and boiled water for coffee. After a quick breakfast, I packed a small bag for hiking. I wanted to explore the nearby trail system marked on an old, faded map I found in a drawer. I chose a path that led downhill toward the creek I had heard the night before. The trail was narrow and overgrown in places, with rocks and roots making footing tricky. I moved slowly, careful not to trip. The forest here was dense, with tall evergreens blocking most of the sky. Moss grew thick on the trunks, and ferns spread out in patches along the ground. After about an hour, the trail opened up into a small clearing beside the creek. The water ran cold and clear over smooth stones. I knelt to splash some on my face and drink. The place was beautiful, and for a moment I felt a real peace. Then I heard it, a low, crunching sound coming from the opposite side of the creek. At first, I thought it was a deer or some other animal, but when I turned to look, there was nothing visible through the thick trees. The sound stopped. I waited a few minutes, heart beating faster, but still no sign of anything. Deciding it was probably nothing, I kept walking. As the day went on, I followed different trails, taking notes and pictures. The woods were dense and dark in places. I noticed old broken-down fences, rusted metal cans, and discarded trash hidden under leaves. It was clear people had been here long ago, but most had left. What unsettled me the most was the silence. Aside from birds and insects, the forest was unnervingly quiet. No wind, no animals, just a heavy, still hush. Late in the afternoon, I came across a small cabin ruin, half collapsed and covered in vines. It looked abandoned for decades. Inside, broken glass and rusted tools littered the floor. I felt a chill but didn't stay long. I started heading back, but the sun was dropping fast behind the trees. The trail became harder to follow in the dim light. I kept glancing behind me, thinking I saw movement in the shadows, but every time I stopped, nothing was there. By the time I returned to Pine Ridge Cabin, the sky was nearly dark. I felt exhausted but glad to be back. I lit the fire quickly, warming my hands over the stove. I had brought some canned soup for dinner and ate quietly by the flickering flames. Outside, the wind had picked up. Branches scraped against the cabin walls, and I heard the rustle of leaves and occasional knocks that sounded like branches or maybe something heavier. The feeling of being watched came back, stronger this time. I checked my phone, no signal, just like they said. Before going to bed, I locked the door and windows as best I could. I placed my small knife on the bedside table, more as a comfort than anything else. I lay awake for a long time, straining to hear over the wind. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps outside the door. Holding my breath, I waited. Nothing. Maybe just the wind. Sunday morning came slower than I wanted. I was restless and tired, but I packed quickly. I was eager to get back to civilization. The idea of spending another night alone here was unappealing. Before leaving, I decided to check the area around the cabin one last time. Near the back porch, I found more of those strange symbols scratched into the wood of the railing. The marks looked older than the ones I saw on the trail. Then I noticed something else. A set of footprints leading away from the cabin, into the woods. They looked fresh, maybe from the night before or early morning. The prints were too big to be from an animal. They led down the ridge, toward the old fence line. I felt a cold knot in my stomach. Someone had been here recently. Alone this far out, no phone service, no nearby neighbors. Whoever it was could still be close. I didn't waste time. I grabbed my things, locked the door, and started walking to my car. The footprints seemed to follow the main trail I had taken the day before. The forest felt different now. The trees seemed to lean inward, blocking the sun, casting long shadows. The crunch of leaves under my feet sounded loud. Every now and then, I thought I heard a twig snap behind me, but when I turned, nothing was there. I tried to keep my pace steady, but fear made my heart pound faster. I focused on the distant road and the promise of safety. Finally, after nearly an hour, I saw the edge of the trees give way to the dirt road where I had parked. Relief washed over me. I reached the car, unlocked it, and sat inside, breathing hard. Driving away from Pine Ridge Cabin was a strange mix of relief and sadness. I loved the outdoors, but this trip had shown me that some places, no matter how beautiful, carry a heaviness that isn't easy to explain. I never found out who or what made those footprints or the symbols in the woods. I never went back. In the years since, I've told only a few people about that weekend. It wasn't ghosts or legends that scared me, just the raw, real feeling of being truly alone and watched in the wilderness. That weekend reminded me how small and vulnerable we can be when surrounded by nothing but trees and silence. And sometimes, that silence says more than any noise ever could. It was the fall of 2019 when I decided I needed to get away from everything. I was 34 at the time, single, living in a small apartment in Kansas City, working remotely as a systems analyst. The past year had worn me out. Too much stress from work, too many sleepless nights, and I was starting to feel like I was cracking. I couldn't think straight anymore. The constant noise of the city, the calls, the emails, the deadlines, it felt like it was eating away at me slowly. I wanted silence, real silence. No phones, no neighbors, no cars driving by at 2 a.m. I wanted to be somewhere that felt untouched, away from everything. So I went online and found this small off-grid cabin in Colorado. It was listed on a small vacation rental site that catered to people who wanted to disconnect. It wasn't even on Airbnb. The listing showed a plain log cabin about 20 miles west of Gunnison, deep in a patch of forest that didn't have cell service or even a paved road leading to it. No neighbors for miles. Solar power, a backup generator, a wood stove, and a big tank for rainwater collection. There was no Wi-Fi, no TV, no landline. Just a cabin, a couple miles of hiking trails behind it, and a dirt road that eventually led back to the nearest highway. It looked perfect. I booked it for 2 weeks in early October, just before the heavy snow would hit that part of Colorado. I packed my car with enough food, clothes, a first aid kit, a rifle I used for hunting back in college, and a stack of books I hadn't had time to read in years. I even brought a couple notebooks and pens, thinking I might write a little. The drive took me about 10 hours, and by the time I reached the long dirt road that wound up toward the cabin, the sun was just starting to dip below the trees. The road up to the cabin was rough, full of ruts and potholes, and I had to drive no faster than 10 miles an hour. It took nearly 40 minutes to get from the highway to the property. The entire time, I didn't see another car or a single house. I stopped at a metal gate with a rusted chain that I unlocked using a code I was given by the owner. From there, the road narrowed even more, eventually opening up to a clearing where the cabin sat. It was smaller than it looked in the photos. Just one story, a steep green roof, a chimney of river stone on one side. There was a small tool shed to the left of it, and what looked like an old water tank on stilts farther back near the treeline. The trees around the cabin were dense and tall, mostly pines, and there was a narrow trail leading into the woods that started just beyond the shed. I parked beside the cabin, grabbed a couple bags, and let myself inside. The interior was basic. One open space with a bed against the back wall, a small kitchen area with a propane stove and a tiny refrigerator, and a table with 2 wooden chairs. There was a small bathroom that used a composting toilet and had a gravity-fed shower system hooked up to the rainwater tank. The whole place smelled like cedar and old books. It was cold, but not freezing. I started a fire in the stove using some dry logs that were already stacked near the door. By the time I unpacked, heated a can of soup, and settled in, it was already dark outside. The kind of darkness you forget exists until you're far enough from towns or traffic or anything man-made. I stepped outside and looked up at the sky. I hadn't seen that many stars in a long, long time. For the first few days, everything felt peaceful. I hiked the trail behind the cabin in the mornings, sometimes for a couple of hours at a time. The trail was narrow but clear, winding through thick trees and climbing slightly as it went. I marked how far I went by picking up small stones and leaving them in a line near the path. At night, I read or wrote in the notebook. I didn't even turn on the generator. I just used candles and the fire for light. By day 4, I started noticing things that didn't make sense. The first thing was small. I'd hiked about 1.5 miles up the trail and found a weird spot where a bunch of branches had been broken and stacked together in a low arch, like someone had tried to make a little hut but gave up halfway. It didn't look new, but it didn't look that old either. The leaves around it were undisturbed, and I didn't see any boot prints or animal tracks nearby. I didn't think much of it, figured maybe it was left by a hunter or camper years ago. The next thing happened later that evening. I was sitting at the table writing, and I heard something thump against the back wall of the cabin. Just once. A dull, heavy knock, like a log hitting the wall. I froze. It wasn't windy. There was no rain, no branches that could have fallen. I got up, slowly opened the back door, and looked outside. Nothing. Just the woods, black and quiet. I didn't sleep much that night, I kept thinking I heard small noises, twigs snapping, something shifting outside the walls, but every time I looked, there was nothing there. The next morning, I went behind the cabin to see if something had fallen or hit the wall. There was nothing leaning against the structure, but about 30 feet from the back door, I noticed something strange in the dirt, what looked like a print. Not a shoe, not a boot, but something longer. A dragging line. It looked like someone had pulled a heavy bag or something through the soil. It curved around the side of the cabin and disappeared into the woods. I followed it for maybe 20 yards before it just vanished under a blanket of pine needles. That day, I didn't go far on the trail. I kept checking over my shoulder, feeling like someone was watching, but it was silent. Still, too still. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind moving through the trees. That night, I locked the door, pulled the curtains closed, and kept the rifle close to the bed. I told myself it was just my nerves. The next morning, I noticed something was off inside. I kept all my food in a sealed container under the counter to keep animals out. But when I opened it to make breakfast, the entire top tray of food was missing. Not eaten, just gone. 2 sealed packets of jerky, a box of granola bars, and 3 apples I'd brought in from the car. I checked the door, checked the windows. Everything was locked. Nothing looked forced open. There were no signs of mice or anything getting into it, and I knew for a fact I hadn't eaten that much. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't focus. Every creak of the wood felt like a footstep. Every gust of wind scraping a branch against the roof made my heart jump. That night, just after midnight, I woke up to the generator humming outside. I hadn't turned it on. It was close, just behind the shed. I got up, pulled on a jacket, and stepped out with the rifle in one hand and a flashlight in the other. The sound was loud out there, and I followed it around the shed until I found the generator running. The switch was flipped on. The cord was plugged in. The little gas gauge showed it had been filled just recently. I hadn't touched the thing in days. I turned it off and stood in the silence, listening hard. That's when I heard breathing. Not mine, not an animal. Something slow and close, just beyond the line of trees behind the water tank. I couldn't see anything, but the hair on my neck was standing straight up. I didn't move. I didn't even aim the flashlight in that direction. I just backed away, step by step, until I was inside the cabin again with the door locked. I didn't sleep at all after that. The next morning, I packed everything. I threw all my gear back into the car, grabbed my notebooks, food, and water. I was done. I didn't care if I was supposed to stay another week. I wasn't spending another night there. When I got in the car and started driving back down the dirt road, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. About a quarter mile down, where the trees got thicker and the trail narrowed, someone had dragged a thick log across the road. It wasn't there before. It was wide enough and high enough that I couldn't just drive over it without wrecking the car. I got out, heart pounding, and tried to push it aside, but it was too heavy. It had been dragged there with purpose. It was deliberate. I scanned the woods. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. I stood there for a second, holding the rifle in one hand, waiting. I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever did this was still nearby. I ended up walking back to the cabin, locking myself inside again, and waiting until daylight started to fade. When it was near sunset, I made my move. I grabbed an axe from the shed and hacked the log in half over the course of an hour. I was sweating, shaking, and every 10 seconds I had to stop and look behind me. Finally, I cleared enough of it to drive around. I jumped into the car, floored it, and didn't stop until I was back on the highway. I didn't even return the keys. I never contacted the owner again. I just left. A week later, I got a call from a Gunnison County deputy. They found my contact info after someone reported the cabin had been broken into. I didn't ask for details. I just told them I had cut the trip short. That was all. I hung up and never answered their follow-up messages. I don't know what was out there. I don't know if it was some crazy local, a drifter hiding in the woods, or something even worse. But I know someone was watching me, coming into the cabin, moving around the property at night. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't my imagination. Someone was out there, and I think they were waiting for me to let my guard down. It was late October in 2012 when I decided to take a break from the noise of the city and spend a week alone at a cabin I had rented deep in the woods of northern Vermont. I was 29 at the time, working a stressful job in Boston, and felt like I needed to get away from everything. No phone, no internet, no distractions, just silence and nature. I had never been to Vermont before, but found a small cabin for rent online, about 3 hours north of Burlington, surrounded by thick forest and far from any town or highway. The pictures looked perfect. A simple wooden cabin with a stone chimney, a small porch, a woodpile stacked neatly to one side, and a clearing behind it with a fire pit. I wanted to escape the city noise and clear my head. I packed my car the day before leaving, a backpack with warm clothes, some canned food and snacks, bottled water, a few books, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a battery-powered radio, and my old camping gear I hadn't used in years. I wanted to be as self-sufficient as possible. I left Boston early in the morning and drove through highways and winding country roads until the paved road gave way to dirt and gravel. The last few miles were narrow and bumpy, lined with tall pine trees on both sides, their needles like a green curtain blocking any view of the outside world. The sun was already setting by the time I reached the cabin, casting an orange glow through the trees. The cabin was exactly as the photos showed. It sat alone in a small clearing, with a chimney puffing smoke from the fireplace inside. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and immediately felt the quiet wash over me. The cabin was small but cozy. A single room with a small kitchen corner, a wood stove, a table and 2 chairs, and a narrow bed in the corner. A few shelves held basic cookware and dishes, and there was a stack of firewood next to the stove. The walls were made of rough timber logs, darkened by age but sturdy. A small window looked out over the forest behind the cabin. I spent the first hour getting a fire started in the stove, unpacking my things, and exploring the small kitchen. There was a tin box labeled emergency supplies with some matches, a flashlight, batteries, and a few canned goods left by previous renters. The air smelled faintly of smoke and pine. Outside, the woods were already dark and silent, except for the occasional rustling of leaves and distant bird calls. The sky was clear, with stars starting to appear overhead. I sat by the fire, reading one of my books and sipping hot tea from a metal cup. The silence was comforting at first. No honking horns, no people yelling, just the crackling fire and the soft wind in the trees. I made a mental note to explore the nearby trails the next day. The cabin was off the grid, so I didn't expect any phone signal or internet access, which was exactly what I wanted. As night deepened, the wind picked up outside, making the trees sway and groan. The cabin creaked occasionally, old wood shifting with the cold. I locked the door, checked the windows, and set the flashlight on the table. I was careful to keep the fire going, knowing the temperature would drop below freezing soon. I lay down on the bed, the thin mattress feeling hard under me. The darkness inside was complete, except for the orange glow from the stove. I didn't sleep well that night. The quiet was almost too quiet, and every sound from outside seemed amplified. At one point, I heard a loud snap from the forest behind the cabin, like a branch breaking under weight. I lay still, holding my breath, listening. Nothing else followed. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but my heart was pounding. The thought of being alone so far from anyone felt strange, almost unreal. The next morning, I woke early with the sunrise filtering through the window. The air was crisp and cold. I made coffee on the small gas burner, ate some canned beans, and put on my hiking boots. I had a trail map I found in the cabin's drawer, a few marked paths leading deeper into the woods and to a small lake about 2 miles away. I packed a small day bag with water, some food, and a knife and set out. The forest was beautiful in the daylight. Tall pines and maples with leaves turning red and gold, a carpet of fallen leaves underfoot, the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I walked slowly, enjoying the quiet and the cool air. The trail was narrow but clear, winding between trees and small rocky outcrops. I saw no one else, just the occasional bird or squirrel darting through the underbrush. About an hour in, I reached a small clearing with a wooden bench overlooking a pond. The water was still, reflecting the blue sky and trees. I sat there for a while, eating some crackers and listening to the sounds of the forest. Felt peaceful, exactly what I needed. On the way back to the cabin, I noticed a few fresh tire tracks on a dirt path near the trailhead. They looked recent, maybe from a four-wheel drive vehicle. I hadn't seen any cars on the road since arriving. I wondered if someone else was nearby, maybe another renter or a local hunter. It made me slightly uneasy, but I told myself there was nothing to worry about. That evening, as the sun set again and I prepared dinner, I heard a faint noise outside, a kind of scraping or shuffling sound near the edge of the clearing. I froze, listening carefully, stopped quickly. I opened the door a crack and looked out into the dark. The moon was just rising, casting long shadows through the trees. I saw nothing moving. I went back inside, locked the door again, and sat by the fire with a knife on the table, just in case. I tried to focus on my book, but the noise had rattled me. What if someone was out there watching the cabin? I knew it was unlikely, but the thought lingered. The woods felt less friendly now. Around midnight, I was awoken by a loud banging on the front door. My heart jumped into my throat. The sound was heavy, deliberate, not like a branch falling or an animal. I stayed perfectly still, holding my breath. The banging continued, 3 heavy knocks, then silence. I debated what to do. I was alone, with no phone signal, no way to call for help. The cabin's windows were all closed and locked, but the door was the only entrance. I didn't open the door. I stayed awake the rest of the night, the knife clutched in my hand, waiting for the first light. I didn't hear the banging again, but every noise outside made me jump. The next morning, I went outside to inspect the door. There were deep scratches around the handle and 3 large dents on the wood. The door was sturdy, but whoever had knocked had hit it hard. I looked around the clearing but found no footprints or signs of anyone else, just my own tracks and some animal prints. I considered leaving immediately, but my car was parked down the bumpy road, and I had a week booked at the cabin. I needed to stay calm and figure out what was happening. Over the next few days, I kept the fire going day and night, made sure the door and windows were locked at all times, and tried to stay alert. I heard strange noises most nights. Branches scraping, footsteps crunching leaves, the occasional distant shout that didn't sound human. The nearby woods that had felt peaceful now seemed like a trap. One afternoon, I decided to hike to the lake again, this time taking a longer route through the forest. I wanted to clear my head. The trail was quiet, almost too quiet. No birds, no squirrels, nothing but my footsteps and the sound of the wind in the trees. I felt eyes on me but saw no one. When I reached the lake, the water was gray and still. The overcast sky made the forest feel heavy and dark. I stayed only a few minutes before heading back. On the way, I saw a figure in the distance, partially hidden behind trees. It was a man, tall, wearing a dark jacket and a hat. When he saw me, he disappeared quickly behind the trees, vanishing before I could get a good look. I hurried back to the cabin, heart pounding. Who was he? Why was he here? I realized I had no way to contact anyone if I got into trouble. The nearest town was miles away, and no one else seemed to be around. That night, the banging returned, louder and more violent than before. This time, it lasted longer, several minutes of pounding on the door, shaking the entire cabin. I hid in the bedroom corner with the knife, waiting for it to stop. After what felt like hours, the noise finally faded away. The next morning, I decided I couldn't stay. I packed my things quickly, loaded the car, and locked up the cabin behind me. On the way out, I found a crude message scratched into the dirt near the porch. Leave. I didn't look back. I drove straight to the nearest police station and reported everything. They told me no one had rented the cabin before or after me recently, and no reports of people living or camping nearby. They took my statement but didn't seem to take it seriously. Maybe they thought I imagined the whole thing. I never went back to that cabin. I never tried to figure out who was out there or why they were trying to scare me off. Sometimes, I still think about those nights and the pounding on the door, the feeling of being watched in the woods. The silence that was so peaceful at first turned into something else entirely, something dark and dangerous. I learned that some places can feel safe and welcoming during the day but become frightening when the night falls. It was the fall of 2014 when I decided to take a break from city life and head out to the woods for a few days. I was 27 years old then, working in a dull office job in Columbus, Ohio. The constant noise, the crowded streets, and the endless stress were starting to wear me down. I longed for silence, for fresh air, for a place where the only thing I had to worry about was catching firewood or cooking my own meals. That's why I rented a small cabin at Pine Ridge, a remote area in southern Ohio known for its dense forests and quiet trails. The cabin was an old structure, built back in the 1960s, but it was sturdy enough. It sat near a small lake, tucked behind tall pines and hardwoods that painted the landscape golden and red with autumn leaves. The rental was cheap, and the owner assured me that no one would bother me for miles. Exactly what I wanted. I arrived late in the afternoon. The drive had taken me through winding back roads, past farms and stretches of forest. The sun was dipping low when I reached the dirt driveway that led up to the cabin. I could see it just through the trees. A small wooden house with a stone chimney, a rusty porch swing, and a stack of chopped wood near the side door. The air was cool, scented with pine and damp earth. Perfect escape. I parked my car and grabbed my bags. The gravel crunched beneath my boots as I walked to the front door. The cabin smelled faintly of dust and old wood inside, but it had a warm, cozy feeling. There was a simple kitchen with a small stove and a fridge, a living room with a worn couch, and a narrow staircase leading to a loft bedroom. I set down my things and pulled open the curtains to see the lake just beyond the trees. The water was still and dark, reflecting the gray clouds above. That night, after a simple dinner of canned soup heated on the stove, I sat by the window watching the woods grow darker. The silence was deep and almost heavy. It was different from the quiet in the city, where sounds always filtered through walls and windows. Here, the only noises were the rustling leaves and the occasional bird or animal moving through the underbrush. I slept well, or so I thought. Around 3 a.m., I woke suddenly, feeling a chill in the air despite the small wood stove still glowing faintly. I thought I heard a noise outside, a scraping or shuffling sound, like something dragging across the ground. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, normal forest creatures that lived nearby. Still, I got up and peered out the window. The moon was hidden behind clouds, but the shape of the trees stood clear against the night sky. Nothing moved. The next morning, I found my firewood pile had been disturbed. Some logs were shifted, and the ground around it was trampled. There were no clear footprints, but the marks were uneven and fresh. It made me uneasy, but I convinced myself it was just a wild animal rummaging for food or shelter. I was alone, after all, and the forest was home to many creatures. Over the next day, I explored the area around the cabin. I walked the trails along the lake, watched squirrels dart between trees, and took photos of the colorful leaves. The air was crisp, and the sun broke through the clouds now and then, warming my face. The forest felt peaceful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It was an irrational thought, but it settled like a weight in my chest. On the second night, the scraping noise returned, louder this time, coming from near the back of the cabin. I lay awake, listening as it went on for several minutes before fading into silence. I decided to check outside, grabbing a flashlight from the kitchen drawer. The beam cut through the darkness, lighting up the porch and the edge of the woods. I looked carefully but saw nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of animals or people. The air smelled different, damp, almost sour. I returned inside, locking the doors and windows before going back to bed. Sleep came hard, my mind racing with possibilities. Could it be someone sneaking around? A trespasser? The area was supposed to be isolated, but maybe the owner hadn't mentioned other visitors or hunters. I felt foolish for worrying so much, but the feeling wouldn't leave me. The next day, I noticed something else. My car, parked at the edge of the driveway, had faint scratches along the side door. I couldn't tell if they were old or new, but they hadn't been there when I arrived. I ran my fingers over the marks, feeling the roughness of the scratched paint. No one was around, and the cabin was still empty except for me. I told myself to stay calm. Maybe a branch had scraped it in the wind or a careless animal. But again, the thought didn't sit right. I kept my phone close, though there was barely any signal. I told my parents where I was and that I'd check in soon. They were happy I was taking some time off. I didn't want to worry them with my strange feelings. That evening, after dark, I made a small fire in the metal pit outside the cabin. The flames crackled and glowed orange, throwing shadows against the trees. I sat on a log nearby, watching the fire, trying to relax. Then I saw it, a faint light moving between the trees across the clearing. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a trick of the firelight or moonlight. But the light moved steadily, like a flashlight beam swinging back and forth. My heart beat faster. I grabbed my phone and tried to call out, but the signal was too weak. I shined my own flashlight toward the light, but it vanished as suddenly as it appeared. I scanned the woods carefully, but there was no sign of movement. I hurried back inside and locked all the doors and windows again. I checked every lock twice, feeling more anxious than ever. I didn't want to believe someone was out there, but the signs were clear. The disturbed firewood, the scratches on my car, the light in the trees. Someone was near the cabin, and they didn't want to be seen. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside made me jump. The wind rustling through leaves, the occasional snap of a twig, the distant hoot of an owl. I kept the flashlight beside my bed and the baseball bat I'd brought from home. The next morning, I decided to leave. I packed my bags quickly and checked the cabin one last time. The door to the back porch was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it. That was the last straw. Someone had been inside, or at least very close. I drove out of Pine Ridge as fast as I could, heart pounding, glancing in the rearview mirror for any sign of following. The road seemed longer than before, the trees closing in on me as if trying to hold me back. When I finally reached the highway and saw other cars, I let out a long breath. Back in the city, I reported the incident to the local sheriff's office. They said they would check the area, though there had been no recent reports of break-ins or suspicious activity near the cabin. I gave them the details, the noises, the light, the scratches, the unlocked door. They said it might have been hunters or campers, but the lack of footprints and clear signs left the case open. I never went back to Pine Ridge. I sold my things related to the trip and avoided that part of Ohio for years. It wasn't ghosts or supernatural things that scared me. It was the very real feeling of someone invading my space, someone watching me in the dark, and the uncertainty of what they might have been capable of. The woods can be beautiful and peaceful, but they can also hide dangers that don't need magic to be frightening. That trip changed how I saw being alone in nature. I learned to respect the silence, but also to respect the presence of others, even if you never see them. Sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you can't explain. It's what you know is real, but can't prove. I remember the trip like it was yesterday, even though it happened more than 5 years ago now. It was the summer of 2019, and I had just turned 29. After a year of working long hours at a dead-end office job in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I decided I needed a break. Something simple, quiet, and away from the city. I wanted to reconnect with nature, clear my head, and maybe find a little peace. I wasn't much of a talker, didn't have many close friends, and honestly, I liked being alone. So, I found a small cabin to rent in northern Minnesota, near a town called Ely, deep in the woods, miles from any real civilization. The cabin was about a 2-hour drive north from Duluth, off the beaten path. It sat on the edge of a dense forest by a quiet lake named Lake Isabella. The place was old, built in the 1960s, and the owner assured me it had all the basics: running water, electricity, a wood stove, and a small kitchen. No internet, no cell signal. Exactly what I wanted. I packed my car with the essentials: food, water, warm clothes, my old camping gear, and a stack of books. I left behind my phone charger, expecting no signal anyway. I figured I'd spend the week hiking, fishing, reading, and just living simply. The drive was long but beautiful. The highway wound through thick pine forests and small lakes glittering in the sunlight. As I got closer to Ely, the road narrowed and turned into gravel, then finally into a single-lane dirt road. I followed it for several more miles, passing no houses or other cars, until the forest opened up to a clearing with the cabin sitting right by the water's edge. The cabin was rough but charming. Its wooden walls were weathered and gray from years of rain and sun, but the windows were clean and the porch was solid. Inside, the floor creaked with each step, and the air smelled faintly of wood smoke and old pine. There was a simple kitchen with a propane stove, a small fridge, a wooden table, and a couch that looked like it had seen better days. Upstairs was a loft with a bed and some shelves filled with dusty books and board games. Outside, a fire pit ringed with stones waited for campfires, and a rowboat rested on the shore. The first day, I unpacked, set up the basics, and took a long walk through the woods. The forest was thick and full of life: birds, squirrels, and the occasional deer. The trail I followed was overgrown and rough, but easy to navigate if I stayed on it. I found a small clearing with a view of the lake and sat down for a while, feeling the quiet wash over me. No phones, no people, just the wind in the trees and the lapping of the water. That night, I built a fire in the pit, cooked some canned beans and rice over the flames, and sat outside staring at the stars. The sky was clear, and the Milky Way stretched above me in a way I'd never seen before. It was peaceful, exactly what I wanted. But as the fire died down and I retreated inside, I noticed something odd. The silence was almost too complete. No crickets, no frogs, not even the usual night sounds I was used to camping with. It felt like the forest was holding its breath. I shrugged it off as just the quiet of the place and went to bed early. The cabin was cool but comfortable, and I slept soundly. The next few days followed a routine. I woke up early, made coffee on the stove, and went for hikes in the forest. I caught a few small fish with a simple rod I had brought, cooked them over the fire, and read during the afternoons. Sometimes, I sat by the lake and just watched the water ripple in the breeze. It was slow, uneventful, but I liked it. But on the third night, things started to change. I had been reading in the loft when I heard a noise outside. Something heavy, like footsteps crunching on the gravel or dry leaves. At first, I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was too deliberate, too close. I sat still, listening. Then the footsteps stopped, and I heard a faint scraping sound against the cabin's wooden walls, like something sharp being dragged slowly. I got up, took a flashlight, and went outside to look around. The porch light was on, but the beam from the flashlight barely reached beyond the trees. I scanned the area but saw nothing. No footprints in the dirt, no broken branches, just the silent forest. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon climbing on the cabin or a squirrel knocking against the wood. The scraping could have been a branch rubbing in the wind, but a small knot of unease settled in my stomach. That night, I kept the fire burning longer and double-checked that all the windows and doors were locked. The cabin's old locks creaked, but they worked. I made sure the shotgun I had brought for protection was nearby, even though I never wanted to use it. My mind ran through every worst-case scenario I could imagine, but I reminded myself I was safe. Just a little imagination playing tricks. The next day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I explored the immediate area around the lake but didn't go far into the woods. I tried to shake off the feeling that something wasn't right. Still, the silence of the forest seemed unnatural, like it was waiting for something. That evening, as the sun was setting, I was gathering firewood near the edge of the forest when I heard it again. Footsteps. This time, they were unmistakably human, slow, heavy steps crunching over dry leaves and sticks. I froze, looking toward the tree-line, but no one was there. My heart pounded, and I gripped the hatchet in my hand tighter. I called out, but my voice sounded weak and swallowed by the trees. No reply, just silence. I hurried back to the cabin, locking the door behind me and pulling the curtains shut. I checked all the windows, drew the blinds, and set the shotgun in the corner of the living room. As night fell, the sounds outside changed. Instead of footsteps, I heard low, muffled noises, like someone breathing heavily or dragging something across the ground. My mind raced, thinking about what it could be. Maybe hunters? Or worse, someone who didn't belong in these woods. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up to every small sound. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, the faint crunch of footsteps. Each time, I held the shotgun close, ready for anything. The next morning, I found something outside that made my blood run cold. Near the edge of the clearing, close to the fire pit, were strange marks on the ground. Deep, uneven footprints that didn't look like any animal I knew. They were big and heavy, spaced irregularly, like someone had been pacing in circles. I followed the tracks a little way into the forest but stopped when they disappeared. It was clear that whoever or whatever had made them had been very close to the cabin. My hands shook as I took pictures with my phone, one of the few times I turned it on, even though I had no signal. I thought maybe I could show them to the cabin owner or the police if something happened. For the rest of the day, I stayed inside, trying to keep busy but always watching the windows. I built another fire and kept my weapons close. The silence outside was now filled with tension. I was no longer alone in the woods. That night was the worst. Around midnight, I woke to a noise at the door. A slow, deliberate tapping, like someone knocking. My heart jumped. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I grabbed the flashlight and slowly shined it at the door. Nothing. No one was there. Then, from outside, came a low, guttural sound. Not a growl, not quite a human voice. Something rough, harsh, and angry. I wanted to call out, to demand whoever it was to leave, but my voice caught in my throat. I sat frozen, the flashlight shaking in my hand. The sounds kept going for what felt like hours. Tapping, scraping, breathing, and that low noise. At one point, the power went out. The cabin plunged into darkness. I fumbled for matches, lit a candle, and tried to stay calm. The noises stopped as suddenly as they began around 3 a.m., and the rest of the night passed in tense silence. The next morning, I knew I had to leave. I packed my things quickly, scanning the woods every few minutes. When I got in the car, I locked the doors and started the engine. The moment I pulled away, I looked back at the cabin. It stood there, quiet and still, but I could swear I saw a shadow move behind the window. The drive back felt endless. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But no one was there. Once I was back in the city with cell signal and lights around me, I told myself it was just my imagination, the stress of being alone in the woods playing tricks on me. But I never went back to that cabin or that part of Minnesota. Years later, I looked up the area again and learned that there had been reports of illegal hunters and squatters in the forest near Lake Isabella. Some people had been caught trespassing on private property, and there were rumors of break-ins and thefts, but nothing official. I think what I experienced was someone trespassing near the cabin, maybe checking if it was empty or looking for something to steal. The footsteps, the noises, the marks on the ground, they all pointed to a person. But the silence of the forest, the way they moved around the cabin, and the strange sounds they made that night still haunt. My name is Kyle Redding. In 2018, I was 34 years old. I had been living in Raleigh, North Carolina for a while, working from home in software development, and after a really rough year stressed from deadlines, a breakup, health issues, I decided to get away from everything for a few weeks. I booked a secluded cabin through a small, local site that specialized in remote vacation spots. It wasn't one of those polished listings on Airbnb or VRBO. This was a private rental owned by an older guy named Curtis. His listing didn't have many photos, but it looked quiet, simple, and surrounded by woods. That's all I wanted. No people, no traffic, no phone calls, just trees and cold air. The cabin was in the Blue Ridge Mountains, near the border of Tennessee, deep inside a patch of privately owned land Curtis had inherited. He said the next closest property was a good 2 or 3 miles away. That sounded perfect. I wasn't looking for anything fancy, just something basic with heat, a bed, a stove, and a roof over my head. I didn't want to see another person for a while. It took me almost 5 hours to get there. The paved road turned to gravel after about 3, and then for the last 20 minutes I had to drive slow down a narrow, overgrown dirt trail that curved around the mountainside. There were no street signs, no lights. I had to keep checking the directions Curtis emailed me, and I even stopped a couple times to make sure I wasn't lost. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, it was just past 3 p.m. The place looked exactly like what I was hoping for. Plain, weathered, wooden, and surrounded by tall pines. There was a small clearing in front where I could park my SUV, and the rest was thick forest in every direction. The air was cool and still. The only sound was wind moving through the trees. I let myself in with the key that had been left in a small metal lockbox nailed to the doorframe. The inside was about what I expected, kind of dark, plain wood walls, a stone fireplace that took up most of one wall, a small kitchen, a single bathroom with a thin shower curtain, and a bedroom that had nothing but a full-size bed and a tall chest of drawers. There was a dusty, musty smell inside, but it wasn't too bad. Curtis had told me there was no internet or cell signal out here. That was part of why I chose it. I turned off my phone and tossed it in a drawer. There was a radio on the counter with a short antenna, and I played with it for a minute but only got static. I didn't care. I had books, notebooks, some downloaded movies, and 2 full coolers of food and drinks. I was set. The first 2 days were peaceful. I read most of the time, took naps, made simple meals, and walked in the woods nearby. I had a thick jacket and gloves, and I liked just moving slowly through the trees with no sound but the crunch of my boots. There were deer tracks in the dirt and the occasional rustle of squirrels or birds, but otherwise it felt like I was the last person on earth. On the 3rd night, the wind picked up and it got colder. I threw more wood into the fireplace and stayed inside. That's when I noticed a door behind the kitchen. I'd seen it before but assumed it was just a pantry or closet. I hadn't opened it. When I finally tried it that night, it creaked and pulled outward, revealing a short set of steps going down into a dark basement. There was no light switch. I grabbed my flashlight from the drawer and went down, figuring maybe there was extra firewood or tools stored down there. The basement was unfinished, with a packed dirt floor and low wooden beams overhead. It smelled like wet earth and mildew. There were a few shelves along one wall with dusty cans, a folded tarp, an old thermos, some paint cans. In the far corner, half covered by a torn gray sheet, was a large freezer chest. It wasn't plugged in. There were 2 outlets on the wall nearby, but no power cord coming from the chest. I remember feeling a little chill then, not from the cold, but just something in my gut telling me to leave it alone. But I pulled the sheet off anyway. The freezer lid was sealed shut with black duct tape. Not just one strip, layers of it going across both ends, the sides, and even over the handle. I just stood there staring at it for a while. I didn't understand why a freezer in a basement with no power would be taped shut like that. Something about it didn't sit right with me. I left it alone that night, went back upstairs. I tried to distract myself with a book, but every now and then my mind drifted back to the taped-up freezer. By the next morning, I had convinced myself it was probably just an old broken unit that Curtis had planned to get rid of. But still, something kept nagging at me. I went back down later that afternoon. This time I brought a knife with me and slowly began peeling the duct tape away. Took a while. Whoever had taped it had really meant for it to stay shut. When I finally lifted the lid, a wave of stale, cold air hit my face. Even though it had no power, the inside still felt slightly chilled, probably from the basement temperature. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I noticed a thick, black plastic garbage bag lying inside. I tugged it up by the edge. It was heavy, way heavier than it should have been. The bag was twisted shut with a knot and sealed with a zip tie. I used the knife again and carefully sliced it open. I'll never forget what I saw. It wasn't food. It wasn't garbage. Inside the bag were bones. Real bones. Human bones. There was no mistaking it. A ribcage, a femur, part of a skull. They were brownish gray, like they'd been stored for a long time. No skin, no tissue, just dry, brittle remains. My hands went cold and I had to back up and sit down on the stairs just to stop myself from falling over. I sat there for a long time trying to breathe. My first thought was that it was fake, some kind of prank or maybe a hunting display. But no hunter stores human bones in a basement freezer sealed with duct tape. These were real. They had to be. My next thought was that I needed to get out of there. Immediately, But I was 5 hours from home, in the middle of nowhere with no cell service, and almost 3 miles of rough trail between me and the main road. I felt trapped. Still, I packed up right away. I shoved everything back into my bags and threw them into the SUV. But I didn't leave right then. Kept thinking, what if there was more down there? What if someone had been killed here? What if Curtis wasn't just some quiet old guy renting out his cabin for extra money? I went back down to the basement and looked again. That's when I noticed scratch marks on the inside of the freezer lid. Faint ones, like someone had tried to claw their way out from the inside. My stomach turned. There was no doubt in my mind now. Something horrible had happened here. I didn't want to know more. I just wanted to leave. But before I did, I took pictures of everything, the freezer, the bones, the bag, the marks. I didn't trust the idea of just calling the police later and trying to explain it without proof. I drove down the dirt trail as fast as I could without blowing a tire. Every sound in the woods made me flinch. Every bump in the road felt like it was slowing me down. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station back near the highway where I could finally get a signal. I called the sheriff's office and told them everything. I gave them the address, the photos, and my name. They told me to wait there. 2 deputies showed up about an hour later and took a statement. I gave them everything. They were quiet most of the time, but I could tell from their faces that they knew it was serious. Over the next few days, the cabin was sealed off as a crime scene. I was contacted several times by investigators. They confirmed the remains were human, likely female, and based on early estimates, the bones had been down there for over 10 years. They never found Curtis. He had disappeared, vanished, no forwarding address. The email he used to rent out the cabin was traced to a fake name. The bank account where I sent the deposit had been closed 2 weeks after I made the payment. They believed he had rented the cabin under false information, and when I showed up, maybe he hadn't expected me to stay long or find anything. But I did. To this day, they don't know who the bones belong to. No missing persons matched. The case went cold again after 6 months. I think about it all the time, about how close I came to not finding it, about what might have happened if Curtis had decided to come back while I was still there, about how easily people can disappear in places like that, out where no one's watching, where you can scream and no one will hear you. I never went back to the woods after that. I sold my camping gear, my hiking boots, and even my SUV. Now I live in a small apartment in a busy neighborhood in Atlanta. I work from home, but I keep the blinds open. I like hearing traffic now. I like hearing people walking by. It reminds me that I'm not alone, that I'm not out there anymore. And sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I remember the silence of that basement. I remember the way the freezer lid felt when I opened it. And I wonder if Curtis ever found another place to disappear into. I don't think he's done. My name is Jack Warner. This happened in the fall of 2018, when I was 32 years old. I live in Colorado, and I love the outdoors. I have always been someone who enjoys hiking, fishing, and camping. I don't usually go out alone, but for this trip, I decided to try something new and rent a small cabin in the mountains, away from the busy towns and highways. I wanted peace and quiet, a place to clear my head and maybe write a few pages for a book I'd been thinking about for years. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway. The cabin was located in a remote part of the San Juan Mountains, near a small town called Silverton. I found it online, a cozy little wooden cabin nestled deep in the forest, with no neighbors for miles and only a narrow dirt road leading to it. The pictures showed a porch with a rocking chair, a small wood stove inside, and big windows looking out over tall pine trees. The owner said it had electricity, but no internet or cell phone service. That was perfect for what I wanted. I drove there on a Friday afternoon in early October. The weather was cool but clear, with the smell of pine and damp earth in the air. The road to the cabin was rough, and my old pickup truck bumped over rocks and roots for about 8 miles before I finally reached the small clearing where the cabin sat. The place was even more beautiful in person. There was a small fire pit outside and a stack of firewood neatly piled near the back door. The smell of the wood and the forest filled the air. I felt relaxed right away. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin was small, maybe 500 square feet, with a single room that served as kitchen, living, and sleeping area. The walls were made of dark wood, and the floor creaked a little under my boots. There was a small table with 2 chairs, a simple bed pushed against one wall, and a wood stove in the corner. The windows were dirty but gave a good view of the trees outside. It was rustic but comfortable. I unpacked my things quickly. I had brought a small bag with clothes, food, a notebook, and a flashlight. I didn't need much for 2 nights. I stacked some wood in the stove and got it going, the crackling fire warming up the room. Outside, the wind rustled the leaves and branches, and the sky was slowly turning pink with the coming sunset. I sat on the porch for a while, breathing in the fresh mountain air. It was quiet, except for the occasional bird call and the distant sound of a stream. After a simple dinner of canned soup and crackers, I went to bed early. I wanted to get up early the next day to hike around the area and explore. The bed was hard, but I was tired and soon fell asleep. That night, I woke up at around 3 a.m. to a noise outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard something heavier. The sound of branches snapping underfoot, slow and deliberate. I froze, listening hard. The cabin was very dark. I hadn't brought a flashlight into bed. The fire in the stove had died down to glowing embers, leaving the room chilly. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon, but the sound was too close, and it seemed like it was moving around the cabin. I got out of bed quietly, careful not to make a sound. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and switched it on. The beam cut through the darkness. I moved to the window and looked outside. The moon was full, and the forest was bathed in silver light. I scanned the tree line but saw nothing. Then I noticed something. There was a set of footprints in the mud near the cabin door. They looked fresh. They were big, like someone had been standing right outside. My heart started beating faster. I checked the locks on the doors and windows. Everything was locked tight. I decided not to stay outside alone at night. I went back to bed but kept the flashlight on the table beside me. I couldn't stop thinking about those footprints. The next morning, I woke up early and went outside. The footprints were still there, but now the morning sun was shining on them, making them clearer. They led away from the cabin into the woods. They looked like work boots, big and heavy with deep treads. I didn't want to call the police or anything. I was alone and far from town, but I felt uneasy. Someone had been near the cabin last night, and I hadn't heard them approach. I checked my phone, no signal as expected. I spent the day hiking nearby trails, trying to clear my head. The forest was beautiful, with red and gold leaves falling gently. I even caught a glimpse of a deer drinking from a creek. But every time I stopped or sat down, I thought about the footprints and the noise outside. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something else. The firewood pile was disturbed. Some logs were moved, and there were more footprints in the dirt nearby. It was clear someone had been there, maybe even while I was out hiking. I didn't feel safe anymore. That night, I locked everything twice and placed some heavy furniture in front of the door. I was too scared to go outside. I sat by the stove, the fire crackling loudly, and waited until I felt tired enough to sleep. I left the flashlight on again, just in case. Around midnight, I woke up to a loud banging on the cabin door. It sounded hard and heavy, like someone was trying to break it down. My heart jumped to my throat. I grabbed the flashlight and shone it toward the door, but I couldn't see anything outside. The banging stopped suddenly, and everything went quiet again. I stayed awake for hours, listening. I heard movement outside, footsteps circling the cabin slowly. They stopped near the windows and then moved away again. I was frozen with fear, too scared to move or even breathe too loudly. I thought about yelling for help, but there was no cell service, and who would hear me out here? At dawn, the footsteps stopped. I fell asleep from exhaustion sometime later. The next morning, I decided I had to leave. I packed my things quickly and checked the door and windows again. The footprints were gone now, as if whoever had been there had disappeared. I didn't look for them. I drove back down the rough dirt road, my hands tight on the steering wheel, glancing nervously into the forest on both sides. When I got to the main highway, I stopped at a gas station to use the phone. I called the local sheriff's office and reported what happened. They told me they would send someone to check the cabin. I never went back. Weeks later, I learned from the sheriff that no one had been arrested, and no one else reported anything similar in that area. They said it could have been hunters or squatters looking for shelter. The forest was known to have occasional trespassers. Even though the threat was probably not dangerous, the feeling of being watched and the banging on the door stayed with me. I never felt the same about being alone in the woods after that trip. I realized how quickly things can go wrong when you are far from help and surrounded by silence. The cabin was supposed to be a peaceful getaway, but it turned into one of the scariest experiences of my life. Not because of ghosts or monsters, but because of real people with unknown intentions. Looking back, I think the most terrifying part was the uncertainty. Not knowing who was outside or what they wanted. Being alone, without help, in a small wooden cabin, with the dark forest pressing close all around me. I never found out who was there that night, but I learned to respect the wilderness in a new way. Sometimes the scariest stories are not about the supernatural. They are about real life, about the dangers we don't expect, and the feeling of helplessness when the world feels too big and wild. I had been looking forward to the trip for months. After a long winter of working extra shifts in the city, I finally took a full week off to escape and recharge. The plan was simple: drive up to northern Vermont, rent a small cabin by the creek, and spend 7 days alone with my thoughts and the quiet woods. I was 29, working in graphic design, usually surrounded by noise and screens, so the thought of a week without the internet or phone service was appealing. The cabin was located near a small town called East Burke, a place I'd never visited before. The address was tucked into the rental agreement, which I had printed out and studied carefully. I drove all day, leaving Boston early that morning. The road out of the city quickly turned into narrow two-lane highways bordered by thick trees. The sunlight filtering through the leaves made the shadows dance on the pavement as I followed the GPS instructions deeper into the mountains. Willow Creek was a tiny stream that ran beside the cabin. From the pictures online, I knew it was nothing fancy, just a simple wooden cabin built sometime in the 1970s, weathered but solid, with a small porch and a stone chimney. It was surrounded by tall pine trees, a mix of old growth and younger saplings. The air smelled clean and a little like damp earth and pine needles. When I finally pulled into the gravel driveway late that afternoon, I felt an instant wave of relief. The world felt slower here. I unpacked my car in the fading light. Mostly hiking boots, canned food, water, a thick sleeping bag, some books, and a small cast iron skillet. The cabin had electricity and a wood stove, but no Wi-Fi, which was exactly what I wanted. Inside, the cabin was musty but cozy. The floors creaked, and the air had a faint smell of old wood mixed with something faintly sour, like mildew. The furniture was simple: a couple of worn armchairs, a wooden dining table with a few mismatched chairs, and a tiny kitchen corner with a fridge and a gas stove. There was a stack of old National Geographic magazines on a shelf, and a small collection of candles in a jar. After a quick dinner of canned chili heated on the stove, I sat on the porch watching the creek flow quietly by. The sound was soothing, steady. Birds chirped from the trees, and a few dragonflies darted over the water. As dusk turned to dark, the forest around me thickened, and the only light came from my small lantern and the stars overhead. The sky was so clear I could see the Milky Way stretching across it. The first night I slept well. The silence was complete except for the creek's murmur and the occasional rustling of leaves in the breeze. I woke early the next morning, refreshed, and spent the day hiking the nearby trails. The forest was dense but beautiful, with tall maples and birch trees, wild blueberries, and thick ferns covering the ground. I saw no other people, just a few squirrels and birds. As the days passed, I settled into a slow rhythm. I cooked simple meals, read books, and walked through the woods. The peace was almost overwhelming after city life. But on the third night, things started to feel different. I had gone to bed early after a long hike. The air was cool and damp, and I kept the windows slightly open for fresh air. Around midnight, I woke suddenly to a strange noise. It was faint but distinct, a soft scraping or dragging sound coming from outside the cabin. At first, I thought it might be an animal, maybe a raccoon or a deer moving through the underbrush. But the noise was steady, slow, and deliberate, not random like an animal's footsteps. I sat up, my heart pounding. The moonlight filtered through the window, casting shadows on the floor. The noise continued for several minutes, coming closer to the side of the cabin where the kitchen window faced the creek. I grabbed my flashlight from the bedside table and crept to the window, trying to look out without making any noise. Outside, the shadows of the trees stretched long, but I saw nothing moving. The scraping stopped abruptly. I waited, flashlight in hand, shining the beam into the dark woods. Nothing stirred except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. The silence returned, heavier now. I lay back down but couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching the cabin. I told myself it was probably just my imagination, nerves from being alone in the woods, and tried to fall back asleep. The next day, I kept the windows shut and stayed closer to the cabin. Around noon, I went down to the creek to wash my face and refill my water bottle. The cool water felt good on my skin, but as I looked up, I noticed something odd. Near the bank, on a patch of bare dirt, were a few scratches, long, shallow marks gouged into the soil and a broken branch nearby. I didn't think much of it at first. Probably an animal, a bear, or maybe a big raccoon. But the marks were strange. Too straight, almost like claws, but not quite deep enough for a big animal. I took a picture with my phone just in case. That afternoon, I decided to explore a little farther. There was a trailhead about a mile from the cabin that led up to an old fire lookout tower, now abandoned. The path was steep and rocky, with thick underbrush on either side. The air was humid, and I could hear the distant buzz of insects. I walked carefully, looking for signs of wildlife or anything unusual. The trail was overgrown in places, fallen trees blocking parts of the path. I had to scramble over some logs and step around thick patches of thorny bushes. After about 45 minutes, I reached the lookout tower. It was rusty and dilapidated, but I climbed the stairs carefully to the platform. The view was stunning, a vast sea of green treetops stretching to the horizon under a bright blue sky. I sat there for a while, listening to the wind and the distant call of birds. I felt isolated but peaceful. On the way back, I took a different route to circle around the cabin from the north side. The forest here was thicker, darker. The trees leaned close together, and the ground was carpeted with dead leaves and moss. That evening, as I cooked dinner, I noticed something else. On the porch near the back door was a small pile of sticks arranged neatly in a rough circle. It looked like someone had been there recently. I didn't understand why. The cabin was supposed to be secluded, and I hadn't seen any cars or people around. I looked for footprints in the dirt and gravel, but there was nothing clear, just my own tracks from earlier. The feeling of being watched grew stronger. I kept the doors locked and windows shut after sunset. I tried to read and distract myself, but the shadows outside seemed thicker and closer than before. That night, I heard the scraping noise again. This time it was louder, more deliberate, coming from the back of the cabin. I stayed awake for hours, flashlight in hand, but nothing showed itself beyond the dark woods. On the fifth day, I found something more unsettling. Early in the morning, I walked down the dirt path to the road where I had parked. The car was fine, but on the ground near the front tires were several small rocks arranged in a neat line, leading away from the vehicle and into the woods. I didn't touch them. The rocks looked ordinary, but the way they were arranged felt deliberate, almost like a trail marker or a sign. I took another picture. Later, I found a tree near the creek with strange marks carved into the bark. They were rough, shallow, and looked like random scratches, but the pattern repeated, 3 short lines followed by a long line over and over. It reminded me of tally marks, but there was no explanation why someone would carve that into a tree so close to the cabin. The unease in my stomach grew worse. I realized I had been too trusting, too comfortable. There was something off about this place. I stayed indoors most of the day and locked the doors. I kept the lights on as long as possible and double-checked the windows. My phone had no signal, which was part of why I had chosen this spot. but now it felt like a trap. If something happened, no one could find me quickly. That night was the worst. I woke again to the scraping noise, but this time it was joined by something else. A faint crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. It moved slowly around the cabin, circling it. I tried to stay calm but couldn't stop shaking. At one point, I saw a shadow move outside the kitchen window. The beam from my flashlight caught something moving between the trees. It was too dark and fast to see clearly, but it was definitely there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed awake by the stove, trying to think through my options. The next morning, I packed my things quickly. I planned to leave at first light. I didn't want to stay another night alone with the feeling that someone had been watching me, maybe even waiting. When I drove away, the gravel crunching under the tires and the pine trees receding behind me, I felt a mix of relief and lingering fear. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. Back in town, I stopped at the local diner to get some food and use the Wi-Fi. I searched for information on the cabin and the area. That's when I found an old news article from 10 years earlier. It mentioned a missing hiker last seen near Willow Creek. The case had gone cold. There were rumors, but nothing concrete. That hit me hard. I realized the scratches, the arranged rocks, the marks on the tree. I never thought a simple weekend getaway would turn into one of the scariest experiences of my life. I still replay everything in my mind, trying to understand how it all went so wrong in such a quiet, isolated place. This happened back in the fall of 2018, just outside a small town called Millersville in northern Vermont. I was 29 years old at the time and had been looking forward to some time away from the city, to disconnect from work and the constant noise of daily life. The cabin I rented was far from any main roads, surrounded by thick woods and rolling hills. It seemed perfect for what I wanted: peace, quiet, and a chance to be alone with nature. I arrived late on a Friday afternoon. The drive from the nearest town had been longer than I expected, mostly because the GPS didn't work well in the area and some of the roads were little more than dirt paths. When I finally saw the cabin through the trees, a simple wooden structure with a porch and a stone chimney, I felt a wave of relief. It was exactly what I hoped for: rustic but comfortable enough. The air smelled fresh, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth after a light rain that had fallen earlier that day. The sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees. I parked my car on a small gravel area beside the cabin and unloaded my bags. The cabin had no cell service, which was part of the attraction for me, but I made sure to bring a small portable charger and a satellite phone just in case. The cabin's electricity came from a small generator outside, and there was a wood stove inside for heating. I checked everything, unpacked, and set about lighting the stove to warm the place as the temperature was already dropping fast. That first night, I cooked a simple meal on the small gas stove inside the kitchen and settled in with a book. The cabin had a few basic amenities: running water from a well, an outhouse a short walk from the back door, and a propane fridge. The window faces showed thick woods and the orange glow of the setting sun. It was quiet except for the occasional sound of a bird or the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I felt a calm I hadn't felt in months. The next day I woke early, feeling refreshed. The cabin's small porch was covered in a thin layer of frost, and the air was crisp. I planned to spend the day hiking some of the nearby trails I had researched before arriving. The forest was dense, with tall fir trees and a thick carpet of fallen leaves. I took my backpack, filled with water, snacks, a first aid kit, a flashlight, and a map printed from my research. The trails were marked but not well maintained. Still, I felt comfortable setting out alone. After all, this was supposed to be a peaceful retreat. As I walked, I enjoyed the sounds of nature: the occasional call of a hawk, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots, and the soft wind weaving through the trees. The sunlight filtered down through the branches, casting shifting patterns on the ground. I walked for several hours, stopping now and then to take photos or just sit on a fallen log to rest. Around midday, I reached a small clearing beside a creek. The water was clear and cold, tumbling over rocks and fallen branches. I sat by the creek for a while, eating a sandwich and listening to the water. Everything felt normal, almost idyllic. On my way back to the cabin in the late afternoon, I took a different path, curious to explore more. The trail was narrower here, and the trees grew closer together. The ground was damp and slippery from earlier rain, and the light began to fade quicker under the dense canopy. After about an hour, I noticed something odd. The trail seemed to be less used here. The leaves and twigs on the path were mostly undisturbed, as if no one had passed this way in a long time. I felt a faint chill that wasn't from the cold air. It was the kind of feeling you get when something is just a little off, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Still, I kept walking. The forest grew darker as the sun set, and the shadows deepened. I could hear the faint sound of twigs snapping behind me, but when I turned around, nothing was there except trees. My heart beat a little faster. I told myself it was just my imagination or perhaps a small animal. I reminded myself to stay calm and keep going. By the time I reached the cabin, the sky was dark, and a thin fog had started to roll in among the trees. I felt exhausted but relieved to be back. I locked the door, checked the windows, and started the stove again to heat the room. I made some tea and sat near the window, watching the fog swirl in the moonlight. The silence outside was absolute except for a distant owl's hoot. That night, sleep did not come easy. I kept hearing noises outside, the crack of branches, faint rustling, and the occasional thud that sounded like something heavy moving around. I reminded myself that animals were common in these woods. Deer, raccoons, maybe a bear. Still, the sounds felt closer, somehow different. I found myself waking repeatedly, staring at the dark window, feeling like someone or something was just out there, watching. On the second day, I decided to explore the area closer to the cabin and try to relax. I didn't want to go far after the uneasy feeling the night before. I spent time collecting firewood, repairing a loose board on the porch, and checking the generator. I also made a list of things I needed to remember before heading back home the next day. In the afternoon, while gathering wood near the back of the cabin, I saw something unusual on the ground. Footprints. They were large, deeper than mine, with a strange shape, almost like a mix between a human foot and a clawed paw. The prints led from the woods right up to the back porch, then disappeared near the door. My stomach tightened. I knew bears were in the area, but these tracks didn't look quite right. They were too large, and the claw marks seemed sharper and straighter than any bears I had seen before. I took pictures with my phone, careful to keep an eye on the tree line. I decided to check around the perimeter of the cabin for any signs of damage or forced entry. There was none. Everything seemed intact. Still, I felt a growing sense of unease. I made sure to keep the cabin locked and the stove burning through the night. That evening, while trying to sleep, I heard something scratching outside the door, like nails scraping the wood. I sat up instantly, heart pounding. I grabbed the flashlight and shined it out the window, but saw nothing but the fog and trees. I told myself to stay calm and not let fear take over. I kept the door locked and the curtains closed. Around midnight, I was jolted awake by a loud banging sound on the front door. It was sharp and forceful, like someone was pounding on it with their fists. I froze, listening. The banging continued for about a minute, then stopped suddenly. I waited in silence, the sound of my breathing filling the room. I didn't dare open the door. After an hour, the banging didn't come back, but I couldn't sleep. The next morning, I found more strange tracks around the cabin, some near the outhouse and others by the small generator shed. I also noticed that some of the firewood piles had been disturbed. Logs shifted and broken branches scattered on the ground. It was as if something or someone had been here during the night. I packed my things quickly, eager to leave. Before I got in my car, I took one last look at the cabin and the woods surrounding it. The fog was thick, and the trees seemed darker and more menacing than before. As I drove away, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But the road was empty. Back in Millersville, I reported the strange events to the local ranger station. They told me there had been reports of a large, unknown animal in the area, something no one had been able to identify. Some thought it might be a bear or a large wild cat, but the footprints didn't match any known species. They advised me to stay clear of the area for a while. I never went back to that cabin. The experience stayed with me, a reminder of how vulnerable we are when isolated in nature. I learned that sometimes the scariest things don't come from ghosts or legends, but from real, unknown threats lurking just beyond the trees. It was a weekend meant for peace, but it became a time I'll never forget. A real, raw reminder of how unpredictable and wild the world can be when you step away from the safety of everyday life. It was the fall of 2013 when I decided to take a break from city life. My name is Daniel Harper. I was 27 years old, working in a small marketing firm in Columbus, Ohio, and life had been feeling heavy lately. Work was stressful. The noise of the city wore me down, and I just needed to get away. I had grown up with camping and hiking trips with my family, and even though I wasn't an expert outdoorsman, I knew enough to get by on my own. So I decided to rent a cabin deep in the woods of southeastern Ohio, in a place called Black Hollow. Black Hollow wasn't well known, and that was exactly why I chose it. The small town near the cabin rental agency told me the woods were quiet, the trails were beautiful in the fall, and the lake near the cabin was peaceful. No internet, no cell phone signal, just nature. That was what I needed. The cabin was a small wooden structure built in the 1970s, tucked between tall oak and maple trees. The road leading to it was a rough gravel path that twisted through the forest for nearly 7 miles. When I arrived, the sun was already low, casting long shadows over the mossy ground and the rusty leaves scattered everywhere. The smell of damp earth and wood filled the air. It was a good smell, fresh and clean, but it also carried something else, a heaviness that I couldn't put into words then. I unloaded my car slowly, taking time to look around. The trees were mostly bare by now, their last leaves hanging on in shades of deep red, burnt orange, and yellow. The cabin itself was simple but sturdy. A small porch ran along the front with a rickety wooden bench and an old-fashioned lantern hanging by the door. Inside, the smell of old wood mixed with a faint scent of pine cleaner. The furniture was sparse. A table and 2 chairs, a small couch, a wood stove, and a bed pushed against one wall. The windows were single-pane glass, dusty but intact. That first night, I lit the wood stove and sat on the couch, wrapped in a thick blanket, watching the fire flicker. Outside, the wind made the trees creak, and small animals rustled through the leaves. I didn't have much food except for canned beans, a loaf of bread, some apples, and instant coffee. I wasn't there for luxury, just to be alone and breathe. As night deepened, the silence around the cabin grew heavy, the kind of silence where you become aware of every tiny sound, the occasional hoot of an owl, the scurry of something small in the underbrush, the distant call of a coyote. It was peaceful in a way, but also a little unsettling. My mind started to wander, thinking about the stories I had heard about cabins in the woods. Strangers, accidents, people who disappeared. But I pushed those thoughts away. I was safe. The next day, I woke early, made coffee, and opened the cabin door to breathe in the cold morning air. The mist hung low over the ground, making everything look blurry and soft. I decided to explore the nearby trail that led to the lake the agency had mentioned. The path was narrow, covered in fallen leaves and pine needles, and it wound through the woods for nearly a mile. The forest was alive with small sounds, birds flitting between branches, the crunch of my boots on the trail, the rustle of squirrels darting up trees. The lake itself was beautiful, dark, calm water surrounded by rocks and fallen logs. The surface reflected the gray sky and the skeletal branches of trees. I sat on a rock by the shore and just stared out at the still water, feeling the cool breeze brush against my face. I stayed there for a long time, lost in thought. That afternoon, I returned to the cabin to rest. I read an old book I had brought and then started to chop wood for the stove. The axe hit the logs with steady thuds, and the smell of fresh wood filled the air. It was hard work, but satisfying. As the sun set again, I felt something strange, like a prickling on the back of my neck. I shrugged it off and prepared dinner. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a loud snap from the woods. It sounded like a heavy branch breaking. I froze, listening. nothing else. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I told myself it was just an animal or the wind. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought I heard footsteps outside the cabin. Heavy, slow footsteps pacing back and forth. I got up and peered through the window, but saw nothing except shadows moving between the trees. My heart raced. I told myself it was a deer or some animal walking past. But the footsteps didn't sound like a deer. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Over the next few days, strange things kept happening. Items in the cabin were out of place. My lighter was found on the floor instead of the table. The chair slightly turned when I had left it straight. I was careful about where I put things, so I knew I hadn't moved them. Once, I woke up to the feeling of being watched. The window curtains fluttered though no breeze was inside, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the trees. I tried to dismiss these moments. I told myself my mind was playing tricks, that the isolation was making me anxious. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there, watching me, waiting. One evening, while gathering water from a nearby stream, I noticed strange footprints in the soft mud. They were large, maybe human, but the spacing was odd, too wide and heavy. The prints led in a circle, coming close to the cabin, then turning back into the woods. My stomach churned. I didn't know what to make of it. I hadn't seen any other people on the trail, and there was no road nearby for a car. That night, I double-checked the locks on the cabin door and windows. I stacked some heavy logs against the door for extra security. I set my phone to airplane mode to conserve battery, but kept it nearby in case of emergency, even though I had no signal. Around midnight, I woke up again. The silence outside was broken by a low, rhythmic sound, something like soft thudding, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. I lay very still, heart pounding, listening as the sound circled the cabin. It was deliberate, slow, and close. The wood stove was still warm, and the soft orange glow cast long shadows inside the room. I didn't want to look outside, but the noise wouldn't stop. Finally, I forced myself to stand and peek through the curtain. Just darkness. No shapes, no movement. But the footprints I found earlier told me there had to be something. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching a heavy stick I found in the firewood. Every little noise made me jump. The wind howled through the trees, and the branches scraped against the cabin walls. I could hear twigs snapping in the distance and leaves crunching underfoot. I wondered if whoever was out there was still watching me. Morning light brought relief. The forest looked peaceful again, but I knew the feeling wouldn't go away. I packed my bag with essentials and got ready to leave early the next day. I told myself I would stay calm, take my time, and drive safely back to town. That afternoon, while loading my things, I noticed fresh footprints around the cabin, closer than before. They were heavy and deep, pressed into the soft ground near the back window. I had not seen any other cabins nearby, and the only way in was the gravel road I had come on. The footprints stopped right at the edge of the porch. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Just as I was finishing loading my car, I heard a rustling in the woods behind the cabin, close enough to make me freeze. Something large moved quickly through the underbrush, breaking branches. I scanned the treeline but saw nothing. The sun was setting, casting long shadows and making the forest darker. I locked the cabin door, got in my car, and started the engine. The gravel road seemed longer now, twisting and turning through the darkening forest. My headlights barely cut through the thick trees. I kept looking in my rearview mirror, expecting to see something, but there was only darkness. I didn't stop driving until I reached the highway and then a gas station where I could finally use my phone. Looking back, I realized that the fear wasn't just about being alone in the woods. It was the feeling that something had been there with me, not human but not wild animal either. Something heavy, slow, watching, waiting in the dark. I never found out what it was. Years later, I learned that Black Hollow had a reputation for strange break-ins and mysterious sightings of people or animals that never showed themselves clearly. Some locals believed the woods were dangerous because of isolated criminals or lost wanderers who took shelter in the forest. I never went back. That trip changed me. It showed me that nature isn't just beautiful and peaceful. It can be dark, unpredictable, and full of unknowns. It taught me to respect my instincts and to trust my gut when something feels wrong. Most importantly, it reminded me that sometimes the scariest things don't shout or haunt. They watch quietly from the shadows, waiting for the right moment. I remember the trip like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. It was the summer of 2011, and I was 29 years old. I just left my city job behind for a break. A break from the constant noise, the pressure, and the unending pace of the office life in Denver. I needed to get away, clear my head, and find some peace, even if only for a few days. I decided to rent a cabin deep in the mountains of western Montana, near a small town called Anaconda. The area was known for its dense forests and quiet, winding roads, far from the crowds and the chaos of the cities. I found a cabin listed online, not too expensive, and it looked perfect for a solo retreat. It was an old wooden cabin, built sometime in the early 1900s, with thick logs, a stone chimney, and a small porch that overlooked the trees. The drive there was long but beautiful. The highway gave way to narrow, gravel roads, twisting through tall pine and fir trees. The air was cooler and fresher than what I was used to, and I felt a strange excitement mixed with some nervousness. I was used to camping but never spent nights alone in such a remote place. When I arrived, the sun was low, beginning to dip behind the mountains. The cabin sat by a small lake, its surface glassy and still, reflecting the fiery colors of the sunset. I unloaded my stuff carefully: a duffel bag, some food, a few books, and my camera. The cabin felt sturdy but old. There was no electricity except for a few solar-powered lights inside, and a wood stove for heat. Inside, the air smelled faintly of dust, old wood, and something else I couldn't place at first. The furniture was sparse: a small kitchen table, 2 chairs, a bed with a thick quilt, and some shelves with old books and a few faded maps. I unpacked slowly, putting my food in the small fridge powered by a generator that the owner left for emergencies. The cabin had running water, but the owner warned me to use it sparingly. There was no cell service, and the nearest store was miles away. The first night was quiet, almost too quiet. The kind of silence that presses down on you when there are no cars, no voices, no machines. Just the soft sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl, the faint splash of fish jumping in the lake. I slept lightly, waking a few times to check the windows or listen to the strange noises outside. The walls felt thin. I could hear branches scraping against the roof during the night wind. The next day, I decided to explore the area. I took my camera and walked the trails that ran through the forest. The trees were tall and thick, casting long shadows on the ground. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. I saw some deer tracks and small animal holes in the ground. Everything looked untouched and peaceful. Around noon, I came across an old, abandoned logging road. The trees there were less dense, and the ground was littered with fallen branches and dry leaves. I followed it for a while, curious where it might lead. After about an hour, the road ended at what looked like an old cabin foundation. There were stones arranged in a rough square, the remains of a chimney, and some rusty cans scattered around. The place had clearly been abandoned for decades. As I stood there, the wind picked up, making the trees sway and the dry leaves rustle loudly. The forest suddenly felt colder, even though the sun was still high. I shook the feeling off and took some photos. On the way back, I thought about how people had lived here long ago, working hard to survive in such a wild place. That evening, I built a small fire outside the cabin. The crackling flames were comforting against the growing darkness. I cooked some canned soup on a small portable stove and sat on the porch, watching the stars come out. The Milky Way was clearly visible, stretching across the sky like a pale river of light. It was one of the most beautiful sights I had ever seen. Then something changed. I noticed a faint noise coming from the forest, a low crunching sound, like footsteps on dry leaves. I stopped, listening carefully. The sound wasn't steady, but irregular, moving closer, then stopping, then moving again. I told myself it was probably an animal, deer maybe, or a raccoon, but the timing felt odd. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the edge of the trees. The beam cut through the darkness, but I didn't see anything. The noise stopped as suddenly as it had started. I sat back down, feeling a little silly for being on edge. The rest of the night passed quietly, but I found it harder to sleep. Every small noise made me jump. The isolation, the silence, and the darkness began to weigh on me. By the third day, I started noticing other things. Some of my food was moved. At first, I thought I had misplaced the cans, but they weren't in the usual spot anymore. Once, I saw the door to the cabin slightly ajar when I was sure I had locked it tight. My boots, left on the porch, were kicked over, mud side down. I kept telling myself it must be animals, bears or raccoons sneaking around, looking for food. But the things I found didn't quite add up. I set some traps and hung a bell on the door, hoping to hear if something entered. One night, I woke to a sudden noise. It sounded like someone was walking around the cabin. The crunching of leaves, slow and careful steps circling the building. I stayed still, holding my breath, staring out the window into the pitch-black forest. The noise lasted maybe 10 minutes, then stopped. I considered leaving, but the nearest town was more than an hour away by car. The gravel roads would be dark and unfamiliar. I didn't want to drive that night alone in the dark. So I stayed, but I kept the door locked and the fire burning. The next morning, I decided to check the perimeter. I walked around the cabin, looking for clues. That's when I saw footprints in the soft earth near the back porch. They were not animal prints. They looked like boots about a size 11 or 12, worn and muddy. I felt a cold sweat break on my skin. Someone had been there, close enough to touch the cabin, maybe even look inside. I told myself to stay calm. Maybe it was a hunter or a hiker. Maybe someone else renting a cabin nearby. I left a note on the porch, saying I was staying and asking anyone to respect my space. That afternoon, I heard a truck engine far off in the distance. The sound came closer for a while, then faded. I hoped it was someone coming to check on me, or just passing by. That night, I barely slept. I sat by the window with a baseball bat beside me, watching the dark forest. Around midnight, the noises started again. Footsteps circling the cabin, whispers I couldn't quite hear, the sound of something scraping against the wooden walls. I wanted to call for help, but there was no phone signal. The only way out was to drive the long road back to town in the dark. Around 2 a.m., the porch light flickered. I turned it off and on a few times, but it kept going out. Then I saw a shadow moving just beyond the tree line. It was tall and thin, standing still and watching. I gripped the bat tighter, my heart pounding like a drum. I tried to breathe steadily, to think clearly. The shadow disappeared after a few minutes, but I knew someone was out there, someone watching me. I stayed awake until dawn, never moving from my spot by the window. When the sun finally rose, the forest looked peaceful again, but I knew the danger was still there. I packed quickly, making sure to lock the cabin and grab everything I needed. As I loaded the car, I heard a rustle from behind the cabin. I turned sharply but saw only the trees swaying in the morning breeze. The drive back was tense, my eyes constantly scanning the roadside and forest edges. I took every turn slowly, making sure I wasn't being followed. When I reached the town, I stopped by the sheriff's office and reported what had happened. They told me that in recent months, there had been several break-ins and robberies targeting isolated cabins in the area. They believed the culprits were local, familiar with the woods and roads. I felt a mixture of relief and anger. Relief that I was safe, and anger that my peaceful retreat had been ruined by people preying on others. I never returned to that cabin. I sold my gear and avoided the remote woods for years. But the memory stayed with me, a reminder that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but real people with real intentions. And the worst kind of fear is the one that feels very close, very real, and impossible to shake. I was 32 when I decided to take a break from everything and head out to a cabin deep in the hills of northern Vermont. It was October of 2019, and I had been working nonstop in construction project management in Boston. I was burned out, tired of the city noise, tired of tight schedules and endless meetings. I needed quiet. I needed space. So, I booked a remote cabin I found online, a place surrounded by thick woods and far from any town or neighbors. It had no Wi-Fi, no cell service, and barely a working radio. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin sat about a mile and a half off a gravel road, tucked between tall pine trees and hardwoods already shedding orange and red leaves. I had to park at a small lot near the road and walk the last stretch in. That part was fine. I had brought everything I needed in a backpack and a large duffel: food, water, flashlight, portable stove, extra batteries, a few tools, a first aid kit. I also brought a small hatchet and a fixed blade knife, just for comfort. You don't stay in a place that remote without preparing for the worst. When I arrived, the cabin looked better than the pictures online. It was small, with one bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and a front porch that looked out over the slope below. There was no TV, no microwave, no fridge, just an old propane stove and a wood-burning fireplace. The place smelled faintly of cedar and dust. I opened all the windows to air it out. The first day went by quietly. I spent it unpacking, organizing my supplies, stacking firewood from the small shed out back. I hiked a short loop trail behind the cabin that led to a rocky overlook with a view of a lake in the distance. The air was cold and clean. I hadn't felt that kind of stillness in years. That night, I made rice and beans over the stove, read a paperback novel by lantern light, then went to bed early. I fell asleep to the soft rustling of leaves outside. The second day was just as peaceful. I explored deeper into the woods, mapping small trails and marking trees with bits of bright tape so I wouldn't lose my way. There were signs of wildlife: tracks, scat, scratches on bark. I saw a group of wild turkeys scatter through the underbrush and heard coyotes yipping far away just before sunset. I kept the fire going inside to keep the cabin warm, and I stayed up a little later that night, listening to the wind push through the trees. It was on the third night that something shifted. I had just turned off my lantern and crawled into the sleeping bag. The fire had burned low but still gave off some warmth. I closed my eyes, already drifting off, when I heard something outside. It was faint at first, just a crunching sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe a raccoon. I tried to ignore it, but it kept going, slow, deliberate steps that circled the cabin. I sat up and held my breath. The sound moved from the front to the side of the cabin. Then it stopped. I waited for what felt like forever. Nothing, just silence. I eventually laid back down, knife in hand, and fell into a restless sleep. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I found nothing. No tracks, no disturbed leaves. I told myself I imagined it. Maybe the wind, maybe a branch had fallen. I wanted to believe that. I had 3 more days left on my stay. That night, the noises came back, louder. This time, it was not just the crunching of leaves. I heard knocking, not on the door, but on the wall, sharp, quick knocks, like someone testing the structure. I froze, waiting, listening. I didn't dare get up. The knocking stopped, then came again from the opposite side. My heart raced. I clutched the knife tighter and stayed perfectly still. Again, in the morning, nothing. No footprints. No sign of animals. The trees were calm, the sky clear, but my peace was gone. I started to question whether someone might be out there watching me. Maybe someone knew the cabin was empty most of the year. Maybe they didn't like me being there. I considered packing up and leaving, but the rational part of me fought back. Maybe it was just animals. Maybe the cabin was shifting in the cold. I stayed 1 more night. The 4th night, everything escalated. It was after midnight. I was lying awake, too nervous to sleep, when I heard the front door creak. Not slam, not burst open. Just a slow, soft creak. I had locked it. I remembered double-checking before bed. I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on. I didn't want to go to the front door, but I had to. I got up and stepped quietly across the floor. The door was shut, still locked, but outside the glass window, I saw a shape moving away from the porch. Person, no question. They were walking off into the woods, back straight, calm, like they didn't care if I saw them. I stood there frozen. My flashlight beam caught nothing but trees. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At dawn, I packed. I didn't even eat. I shoved everything into my bag, locked the cabin behind me, and started walking back to the car. My hands were shaking. I kept turning around to check behind me. Halfway back, I saw something tucked into a tree, wedged between two branches about shoulder height. It was a piece of cloth, part of a shirt or jacket, maybe, faded, stained. I didn't touch it. When I got to my car, I tossed my gear in and locked the doors as fast as I could. I didn't feel safe until I was back on a main highway with cars around me. I never went back to that cabin. I never reported it. I still don't know what I saw or who that person was. There was no crime committed, no confrontation, but it was enough. For months after, I had trouble sleeping. Every creak in my apartment sent me back to that night in the woods. I installed new locks, security cameras. I stopped going on solo trips for a while. What stuck with me the most wasn't what happened, but what could have. That calm walk into the woods, that silent knocking, that feeling of being watched. None of it made sense. Whoever that was, they didn't want to hurt me, not right away. But they wanted me to know they were there. And that's what kept me up at night. I've learned since then to trust my instincts. If something feels off, it probably is. The woods are quiet, but not empty. And not everyone who lives out there wants to be found. I haven't taken a trip like that again. I stick to hotels now, places with people, locks, cameras, phones that work. And every October, when the leaves start to change and the air smells sharp and cold, I think about that cabin in Vermont, and I wonder who else has stayed there since. And I wonder if they made it through all their nights without a sound. It was the fall of 2018 when I decided to take a solo trip out to a small cabin in northern Wisconsin. I was 31 at the time, living in Milwaukee, and after a hard year filled with personal stress and burnout from work, I just wanted to get away. I found this listing online for an old hunting cabin tucked deep into the woods, not too far from a small town called Washburn. It didn't have many modern features, no internet, no TV, no real cell service, but that was what I was looking for. I needed peace, quiet, and maybe a bit of distance from my life. The cabin was owned by an older man who'd retired and only rented it out occasionally. He told me the cabin sat about a mile and a half down a narrow dirt road off the main highway, surrounded by national forest land. It sounded perfect. I packed light, some canned food, a cooler, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a hunting knife, and a couple books. I figured I'd be spending my time reading, hiking, maybe even fishing if I found a good spot nearby. When I arrived that Thursday morning, it was cold and a little damp. The road leading to the cabin was barely wide enough for my SUV. Tree branches scratched at my windows, and I had to crawl over some fallen limbs and rocks to make it all the way there. The cabin itself was small, made of aged timber with a steep metal roof. There was a rusted old grill out front, a wooden deck that looked like it hadn't been swept in years, and a single outhouse about 20 feet away behind the trees. Inside, the place smelled like cedar and dust. The floors creaked with every step. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a table with two mismatched chairs, a basic cot with a thin mattress, and a cabinet stocked with old utensils and a few dusty pans. There was no electricity, but the owner had left behind a box of candles and a few lanterns with working batteries. It was rustic but cozy in its own way. I felt good about being there, alone but not in a bad way. The first night passed uneventfully. I lit a fire in the wood stove, heated up a can of chili, and read for a while before turning in. The silence outside was overwhelming at first, almost unnerving, but I eventually settled into it. I left a lantern on, dimmed low, and fell asleep wrapped in my sleeping bag. The next day, I hiked a few trails I found nearby. I didn't see another person the whole time, just the sound of leaves crunching under my boots and the occasional bird call. I came back to the cabin around 4 p.m. as the sky was already darkening. I noticed then that the air had grown colder. A storm was likely coming in, and the wind had picked up. I started a fire and made some instant noodles with boiled water. Then I sat and read some more, listening to the wind whistling through the trees. That night, I struggled to sleep. The wind howled constantly. A few times I thought I heard something move outside, like branches snapping or crunching leaves. I assumed it was just deer or maybe raccoons, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was close, too close. At one point, I got up and checked the lock on the door. I even peeked out the front window but couldn't see anything, just darkness and trees. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I finally drifted off around 3 a.m., exhausted. When I woke up, it was late morning. The sky was overcast, and the air inside the cabin was freezing. The fire had long burned out. I could see my breath. I got up, put on another layer of clothes, and went outside to grab more firewood from the pile. That's when I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. These were large, heavy boot prints leading around the side of the cabin. Not animal prints, human. They came up from the woods, circled around the building, and then disappeared back into the trees. My heart sank. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I was sure of it. The ground was damp and soft from last night's wind and mist, so the prints were fresh. Sometime during the night, someone had come up to the cabin. I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was a hunter who got lost or someone checking on the property, though that didn't make sense. No one else was supposed to be out here. I didn't see any vehicle tracks on the trail either. I went back inside, locked the door, and stayed there the rest of the day. I kept my knife within arm's reach and listened to every sound outside. Every creak, every gust of wind. I didn't cook that night. I didn't even read. I just sat in the chair near the door, staring at the wall, listening. I only slept in short, anxious bursts. By the next morning, I was done. I planned to pack up and leave. I didn't care if I lost the last 2 days of my rental. I just wanted out. I loaded up my backpack, cleaned up the best I could, and stepped outside to start the car. But when I got to it, I noticed something else. The back hatch was open slightly. I hadn't opened it since I got there. I looked inside. My emergency food tub was gone. Tarp was missing too. Whoever came up that night had opened my car. That explained the prints. But how did they do it without me hearing? Or were they watching, waiting for me to fall asleep? I scanned the woods. I couldn't see anything, but I had the strongest feeling that I was being watched. My nerves were raw. I jumped in the car and started it. The engine took longer than usual to turn over, which freaked me out even more. Once it started, I backed out and drove faster than I should have down the dirt path. The drive back to the main road felt like an eternity. Every shadow looked like it was moving. Every tree seemed too close. When I finally got back on the highway, I didn't stop until I was halfway to Milwaukee. I pulled into a gas station and sat there for 15 minutes just trying to calm down. I checked the back of the SUV again. Nothing else was gone, but the feeling stuck with me that someone had been out there near me, maybe watching me for days. When I got home, I reported what happened to the cabin owner. He seemed surprised and said nothing like that had ever happened before. But he did admit he hadn't been out to the cabin in over a year and that he'd heard rumors of squatters in the area. Nothing concrete, though. He refunded me for the unused days and apologized. That was it. For a long time after that, I kept thinking about those footprints. The fact that they went around the cabin, that someone had been bold enough to open my car, maybe even get close while I was asleep inside. It was a level of violation I wasn't used to. Not in the woods. Not in a place I thought would be safe because of its isolation. I didn't go back to any cabin for nearly 3 years. And when I finally did, it was with friends, and we picked a place much closer to town. I still hike and camp, but I always keep my guard up now. I check locks twice, sometimes 3 times. I carry a stronger light, extra protection, and I never stay in places that remote alone anymore. That trip taught me something I hadn't really understood before. When you're that far out, help isn't close. And if someone comes for you out there, they probably know that better than you do. But the good news is I made it home. I left when I should have. I didn't wait for something worse to happen. I trust that gut feeling now. Kept me alive, and I've never ignored it again. I never expected a simple weekend getaway to turn into one of the most frightening experiences of my life. My name is Michael Reynolds. This happened back in the fall of 2017, when I was 28 years old. I worked as a graphic designer in Minneapolis, and I often found city life draining. I wanted to escape, so I planned a solo trip to a small cabin I rented at Pine Ridge, a remote forested area about 90 miles north of the city, near the small town of Elkwood, Minnesota. Pine Ridge was known for its thick pine forests, cold lakes, and quiet trails. It was the kind of place where you could get away from everything. No internet, no cell phone service, and no crowds. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin was modest but sturdy, a small wooden structure built in the 1970s, with a stone fireplace, a single bedroom, a tiny kitchen, and an outhouse a short walk away. The owners, a retired couple, had left a guest book filled with kind notes from previous visitors. I arrived just before sunset on a chilly Friday evening in early October. The air was crisp and smelled like pine needles and damp earth. The dirt road to the cabin was bumpy, and my old Honda CR-V rattled over the loose gravel. The trees stood tall on either side, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. I could feel the calm settling over me already. When I got out of the car, the cabin looked exactly how I imagined. Cozy and a little worn, with peeling red paint and a porch swing that creaked in the wind. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled of wood smoke and a faint trace of mothballs. I took off my jacket and boots, dropped my bags on the floor, and made a quick fire in the fireplace. I had packed some canned soup, bread, and a thermos of coffee for dinner. After eating, I sat by the fire reading an old paperback novel I'd brought along. Outside, the woods were silent except for the occasional hoot of an owl. I felt peaceful, maybe a little lonely, but mostly content. The first night passed without incident. The next morning, I woke early, stretched, and brewed some coffee on the old camp stove. The sun shone weakly through the thin curtains. I planned to spend the day hiking one of the marked trails nearby and exploring the small lake about a mile from the cabin. The trail was narrow and lined with thick underbrush, the trees above creating a patchwork of shadows on the ground. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, a flashlight, and my phone, which had no signal but could still serve as a GPS or emergency device. The trail was quiet, save for birds and the crunch of dry leaves underfoot. I kept an eye out for wildlife but only saw a few squirrels darting among the branches. By early afternoon, I reached the lake. It was calm and still, reflecting the gray sky. I sat on a fallen log and ate some trail mix, watching a few ducks glide across the water. The solitude felt good. On my way back, I noticed the sky had darkened. Heavy clouds rolled in quickly, and a sharp wind began to blow. I picked up my pace, wanting to get back before the rain started. The trail became slippery with wet leaves, and I had to be careful not to slip on the mossy rocks. Suddenly, I heard a rustling in the bushes to my right. My heart jumped. I stopped and listened. The rustling stopped too. I told myself it was probably a deer or a rabbit, but the sound had been close and deliberate, not just random movement. I tightened my grip on the strap of my backpack and walked on. Faster now. When I finally reached the cabin, the rain was just beginning to fall. I closed the door behind me and locked it. I set my wet jacket on a hook and started a fire in the fireplace again. The sound of rain pattering on the roof was oddly soothing. That night, I couldn't sleep well. The wind howled outside, and the cabin creaked with every gust. I kept hearing noises, branches scraping against the walls, faint thuds in the distance. I reminded myself that this was just a forest, nothing more. I fell asleep eventually but woke several times. The next day, things started to feel off. I woke up to find that the back door to the cabin, which I was sure I had locked, was slightly ajar. A cold chill ran through me. I checked the lock again, and it was working fine. I was careful to lock it every night, so I didn't understand how it could be open. I searched the cabin, but nothing seemed to be missing or moved. I told myself maybe the wind had blown it open or I hadn't locked it tightly enough. Still, I felt uneasy. I decided to explore a different trail that day, one that followed a ridge through the pines. The trail was harder, with more rocks and roots sticking out. The forest was denser here, and the canopy blocked much of the light. I walked carefully, listening for birds or animals. About halfway through, I noticed strange footprints in the soft mud near a small creek crossing. They were large, maybe a man's shoe size 12 or bigger, but they didn't match any of the boots I had seen on other hikers in the guest book. The prints led off the trail and into the woods. Curiosity pulled me closer. I followed the tracks for about 50 yards until they stopped abruptly. There was no sign of a person or any disturbance nearby, just the wet leaves and broken branches. I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, like being watched. I turned back to the trail quickly and hiked the rest of the way back to the cabin, my eyes scanning every shadow. That evening, I cooked some pasta and tried to relax with a beer. I checked my phone one last time, but no signal. The rain had stopped, and the sky was clearing. I decided to sit on the porch for a while. The air was cool but fresh. The forest was still. Then I heard it, a low, muffled sound coming from the trees across the road. It was hard to describe. Not quite a growl, not quite a groan. More like something heavy moving slowly through the underbrush. I strained my eyes to see, but couldn't make out anything in the dark. I went inside and locked all the doors and windows again. I stayed up late that night, staring at the dark windows, listening. Around midnight, there was a loud banging on the cabin wall. It was sudden and hard, like someone had hit it with a fist or a heavy object. My heart raced. I grabbed the baseball bat I'd brought just in case and walked slowly to the window. Outside, nothing. Just the shadows of trees moving in the moonlight. I opened the door cautiously to look around. The ground was undisturbed. No footprints or signs of anyone. I closed the door and stayed inside the rest of the night. The next morning, I found scratches on the outer wall of the cabin near the back door. Long, deep gouges, like something sharp had clawed at the wood. I took pictures on my phone. I was sure now that someone or something had been around the cabin while I slept. I started to pack. I wanted to leave immediately, but when I tried to start my car, the battery was dead. The key turned, but the engine made a weak clicking noise and nothing else. I cursed under my breath. No cell signal. Dead car battery. Stuck in the middle of nowhere. I tried to stay calm. I went back inside the cabin to wait for morning and think about what to do. That night, I barely slept. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps outside. Heavy, slow footsteps circling the cabin. I held my breath, clutching the bat. The footsteps stopped suddenly by the porch. Then silence. I didn't move for what felt like hours. When the first light of dawn came through the window, I finally let out a long breath. I peeked outside. Nothing. No footprints, no sign anyone was there. I checked the car again. I had a spare battery in the trunk with jumper cables. I hooked them up to a neighbor's old truck parked down the road, which I had seen earlier in the day. It started after a few tries. I wasted no time. I drove as fast as I could back toward the highway. I didn't look back once. In the weeks after that trip, I tried to make sense of what happened. I called the cabin owners to tell them about the strange events. They told me that Pine Ridge had become a spot where some local hunters sometimes camped illegally. They said there had been reports of thefts and break-ins in the area. Some of the hunters were known to be violent drunks. They advised me to be careful and to avoid staying alone in the cabin during hunting season. I never went back to Pine Ridge. The whole experience left me shaken. I realized how vulnerable I had been out there, alone and isolated, with no way to call for help. Looking back, I think whoever was outside the cabin was not supernatural. It was probably a trespasser, someone who wanted to scare me or maybe even harm me. But the isolation and the way the place made me feel magnified the fear. Sometimes I still feel uneasy when I think about that weekend. It's a reminder that even in the quietest, most peaceful places, danger can be lurking, very real and very close. I learned to respect that. Now, I'm more cautious about where I go and who I trust. And sometimes, when I'm driving through the woods, I still remember the scratching on the cabin wall and the heavy footsteps circling in the night. I was 34 when I decided to take a week off from work and rent a small cabin up north, just outside a town called Arden in Wisconsin. It was early November 2021. My job in Milwaukee had been stressing me out more than usual, and I needed something that didn't involve computers, phones, or people. Just quiet. I found a listing online for an old hunting cabin near a lake, a few miles from any real road. The pictures showed a basic wooden structure with a fireplace, a tiny kitchen, and a bed. That was all I needed. The drive from Milwaukee took a little over 4 hours. I got into Arden just before sunset. It was a sleepy little town. Gas station, diner, a grocery store, and not much else. I picked up supplies there. Canned food, bottled water, firewood, a pack of batteries, and a few other things. Then I headed down a rough gravel road, which turned into a narrow dirt path that wound through thick woods. It was darker than I expected that time of day, probably because the trees were so tall and close together. When I reached the cabin, it was almost pitch black. I parked my SUV in the small clearing out front and got out. The air was cold and damp, and the wind moved through the trees in that whispery way that always sounds like something is sneaking up behind you. I used my phone flashlight to find the key under a stone, just like the owner told me in the listing. The door creaked loud as I pushed it open. Inside, it was dusty and cold. I found the light switch, but nothing happened. No power. I had brought a few lanterns and some battery-powered lights, so I set those up around the room. The place smelled like old wood and mildew. The furniture was basic. A small table, 2 wooden chairs, a faded couch with a throw blanket, and a narrow bed against the far wall. The fireplace looked usable, though it hadn't been cleaned in a while. I brought in my things and started a fire. Took me longer than I wanted, but I got it going eventually. I heated up a can of chili on the small gas stove, ate while sitting on the couch, then stretched out and listened to the wind outside. No cell service out there, just silence and the sound of trees moving. I thought I'd sleep well that night, but I didn't. The cabin made all kinds of noises. I know old wood creaks and shifts with the cold, but this place groaned like something heavy was moving on the roof. At one point, I sat up in bed because I was sure I heard footsteps outside on the porch. I stayed still, heart pounding, listening hard. Nothing else happened, so I finally lay back down and waited to fall asleep. The next morning was calm and cold. The sky was gray, and everything looked wet from dew or maybe an earlier rain. I made instant coffee and stepped out onto the porch. The forest was thick in every direction. The dirt path I had driven in on disappeared quickly into the trees. No signs of people.
No voices.
No engines. Just birds. I spent most of the day hiking around the lake, which was maybe a 20-minute walk through the woods behind the cabin. The trail was barely visible, but I followed it by watching for broken branches and patches of worn-down earth. The lake was peaceful. No boats, no cabins, just water and trees. I sat there for a long time, ate lunch on a fallen log, and headed back before it got too dark. That second night was worse than the first. I heard a sharp banging sound around 2 in the morning. It was quick, just 2 knocks, like someone hit the side of the cabin with a heavy stick. I sat up fast, listening. The fire had died down, and the cabin was freezing. I grabbed the flashlight and looked around inside. Nothing. I checked the front porch. No tracks. Nothing on the sides. I even peeked around back. I told myself it was just a tree branch falling or an animal. It wasn't convincing, but I got back in bed anyway. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The third day, I stayed close to the cabin. I read a book, kept the fire going, and tried not to think about the banging. That afternoon, while gathering some kindling behind the cabin, I noticed something strange about one of the trees. It had deep scratches in the bark, way too high up for any normal animal. Not bare scratches either. These were more like straight gouges, like something had used a knife or sharp metal. 5 long cuts, maybe 6 feet off the ground. I stared at them for a while, trying to make sense of it. Eventually, I went back inside and locked the door behind me. That night, something tapped on the window. I was sitting on the couch, wrapped in the throw blanket, reading. The sound was soft, but I knew what it was. Tap, tap, tap.
Top.
It came from the window above the kitchen sink. I didn't move at first. I just froze and listened. The tapping came again. I turned slowly and aimed the flashlight at the window, but it didn't reach all the way from the couch. I had to get closer. My heart was racing. When I finally stood up and moved toward the sink, I felt cold all over. I shined the light right at the glass. Nothing there. just trees. I stood there for a long time, not moving. Then I shut the curtain and went back to the couch. But I didn't read anymore. I just stared at the fire, listening. The tapping didn't happen again. The fourth day, I decided I was done. I packed up most of my things and loaded them in the SUV. I still had 2 nights left on the rental, but I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep in my own bed. I figured I'd leave early the next morning. That night, something tried to open the door. It was around midnight. I was still awake, lying in bed fully clothed with my boots on. I heard the sound of the front doorknob rattling. Not violent, not loud, just a soft shake, like someone was trying to open it quietly. I sat up fast and stared at the door. My lantern was still on, casting a dim glow across the room. The handle turned again. I heard it clearly. I didn't move, couldn't. Then it stopped. I waited 5 minutes, then 10. No sound. I got up, grabbed the fire poker, and crept toward the door. I looked out the window. Nothing. The rest of the night was dead silent. By sunrise, I was driving down that dirt path as fast as the SUV could handle it. The road was slippery from a light frost, and my tires kicked up mud and wet leaves. I didn't stop in town. I drove straight to Milwaukee and didn't even unpack when I got home. I just collapsed onto the couch. A few days later, I left a review on the listing. I didn't mention anything about the sounds or the door. I just said the place was too isolated for me, and I left early. A week later, the listing disappeared. Months passed. I tried to forget about it. I didn't tell anyone what really happened. Then one day, I was scrolling through news articles while waiting for an oil change. A headline caught my eye. Remains found in Arden Forest believed to be missing hiker. It had a photo of the forest, not far from where I stayed. The article said a 41-year-old man from Madison had gone missing while hiking near the lake in November. They didn't find his body until the snow melted in spring. No signs of an animal attack.
No clues.
Just a body in the woods, maybe a quarter mile from the old trail. That man went missing the same week I was there. I closed the article and sat in silence. I couldn't stop thinking about the sounds. The knocks, the tapping, the scratches on the tree. I still wonder if whoever killed that man tried to get into the cabin. Maybe they were watching me, hiding in the woods, waiting. Maybe the fire and the locked door were the only things that kept them from getting inside. I never went back. I sold the SUV a few months later. Even though I cleaned it out, it always smelled faintly of wet leaves and would smoke. That smell still makes me sick to my stomach. It was the fall of 2018 when I decided I needed a break from everything. Work had been exhausting. I was 34 at the time, single, and living in a small apartment in Des Moines, Iowa. Everything felt loud. Traffic, neighbors, phones, emails. I just wanted to be alone, even if just for a few days. I booked a small off-grid cabin in northern Minnesota, about 30 miles west of Grand Rapids, near a lake called Deer Hollow. It was remote enough that there was no cell service and the road to get there turned into gravel for the last hour of the drive. It was exactly what I was looking for. The cabin was part of a small rental network, probably run by a local family. I found it online through a site that advertised secluded rentals. The pictures showed a plain wooden cabin surrounded by thick forest, a narrow dirt path leading to the edge of the lake, and an old wooden dock that looked like it had been there since the 1970s. There was a wood-burning stove inside, no electricity, and only a basic composting toilet in a little outhouse behind the cabin. I packed light, just enough food for a few days, a flashlight, a hatchet, matches, a thick sleeping bag, and a few books. The weather forecast showed mild temperatures, and I figured I'd spend most of the time reading, hiking, and maybe even fishing. I drove up early on a Thursday morning and reached the cabin by late afternoon. The air smelled clean, like pine and damp leaves. I didn't see another car or person for the last hour of the drive. The cabin looked even more isolated in person. It sat about 50 feet from the water, hidden by trees and a slight hill that blocked any view of the road. There was no driveway, just a grassy clearing you could park on. I unloaded my supplies, unlocked the front door using the key left under a rock, and stepped inside. It was one open room with a cot, A small table and chair, a wood stove, and a few shelves stocked with canned goods and candles. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring a little. I spent the first evening settling in. I chopped some firewood, got the stove going, and sat on the dock watching the lake as the sun went down. The water was still, not even a ripple. I heard birds, the occasional splash from a fish, and a few rustles from the woods behind me. It was peaceful. I went to bed early, feeling good about my decision to come. The next morning started the same way, calm and quiet. I made some instant coffee on a small gas burner I brought with me and sat outside with a book. Around midday, I went for a walk through the woods. There were no marked trails, so I just followed a rough game path that seemed to lead up a ridge. I didn't bring a compass, but I figured if I kept track of the sun and didn't wander too far, I'd be fine. The woods were thick, mostly pine and birch, and the ground was covered in soft moss and dry leaves. I walked for maybe an hour before heading back. That evening, something felt off. It started when I heard movement outside around dusk. It wasn't loud, just a few twigs snapping behind the cabin. I assumed it was a deer or raccoon, but when I went out with my flashlight, I didn't see anything. Still, I felt a little on edge. I locked the cabin door, even though it was barely more than a latch. I kept the hatchet next to my sleeping bag that night, just in case. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a noise. It sounded like footsteps, not heavy, but definitely not an animal. Slow, deliberate steps on the wooden porch. My heart started pounding. I sat up slowly and listened. The steps stopped. Then I heard the creak of the door latch, just once, like someone testing it. I didn't move. I just stared at the door, barely breathing. After what felt like forever, I heard the steps again, this time moving away. I stayed up the rest of the night, barely blinking. In the morning, I went outside to check around the cabin. The ground was soft from rain a few days earlier, and I found footprints.
Bare footprints.
They weren't mine. I had been wearing hiking boots. These were smaller, maybe a size 9, and completely bare. The toes were spread out and the heels pressed deep. They came from the woods behind the cabin, walked up to the porch, then back into the trees. I stood there for a long time trying to make sense of it. Who the hell would be out here barefoot? I considered packing up and leaving, but I'd driven almost 10 hours to get there. I told myself it could have been someone from another cabin nearby. Even though I hadn't seen or heard anyone, I carried the hatchet with me the rest of the day. I didn't go hiking again. I stayed near the cabin and kept checking over my shoulder. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. The wind in the trees, creaks from the wood stove cooling down, even small animals scurrying around outside. I kept replaying the sound of those footsteps in my mind. The next morning, I made the decision to leave. I packed everything up, locked the cabin, and walked around it one more time. That's when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There was a rock placed carefully in the center of the path leading to the lake. It hadn't been there before. It wasn't big, about the size of a grapefruit, but it was balanced perfectly on top of a small stack of flat stones. Like a cairn. Something about it felt deliberate, like a message. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a minute, then got in my car and started driving. I made it back to Des Moines that evening. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not because I was scared they wouldn't believe me, but because I wasn't sure what to believe myself. There was no clear explanation, no real proof, just a string of events that didn't make sense and left me with a sick feeling I couldn't shake. Weeks passed, then months. I didn't go camping again that year. I avoided the woods altogether. Sometimes I'd dream about the cabin. In the dreams, I'd be back on that porch, hearing footsteps in the dark, heart racing, frozen in place. It always ended the same. I'd wake up sweating just before the door opened. It's been years now. I still don't know who or what was out there, but I haven't gone back. I still love the idea of solitude, of peace and quiet in the woods, but I'm not naive anymore. I understand now that isolation can be dangerous, that you can be watched without knowing, that sometimes, out in the middle of nowhere, you're not as alone as you think. I never reported it. I told myself it didn't matter. Nothing happened, technically, but I still think about those footprints. about how someone had to walk barefoot through the cold forest to get to that cabin, and about the way they moved, slow, careful, like they'd done it before, like they knew the woods better than I ever would. I won't ever go back to that place. I deleted the booking site, threw away the map I printed, and haven't spent a night alone in the woods since. I still go on hikes, but never alone. I stick to trails with people, with cell service, with signs. I learned my lesson. Nature isn't the problem. People are. Especially the ones who live in the quiet places. The ones who don't want to be found. The ones who know you're there before you even step out of your car. And the ones who don't wear shoes. I was 35 when I decided to take a week off work and rent a cabin deep in the mountains of northern Georgia. The year was 2018. I'd been working nonstop for over 8 years at a construction firm in Tallahassee, Florida, and I needed to get away from the noise, the traffic, and the people. I didn't want anything fancy, just something quiet, secluded, and surrounded by trees. I didn't care about internet or cell service. I wanted to be left alone. That's exactly what I got. I found the listing on a small rental site. The pictures showed a basic wooden cabin. 1 floor, 1 bedroom, a little fireplace, and a porch that looked out over a steep slope covered in pine and oak trees. There was a small stream 100 yards away and a narrow dirt road that led to the property. It was advertised as an off-grid cabin. No electricity, just propane for heating and a small backup generator for lights if needed. Water came from a rain collection barrel and a small filtered pump. I liked that. Felt like a challenge. Something different. Something real. I packed a week's worth of dry food, a few gallons of water, a flashlight, batteries, a first aid kit, a knife, my sleeping bag, and a couple of thick books. I also brought a basic revolver. I had a concealed carry permit and liked having something on me just in case. I wasn't expecting any trouble, but it felt better knowing I had it. I left early on a Sunday morning, drove 6 hours north, and arrived at the edge of the property just after 2 p.m. The last 2 miles were slow going. The road was really just 2 tire tracks in the dirt, weaving through thick forest. No signs, no gates, just nature. When I pulled up to the cabin, I turned off the engine and just sat there for a moment. It was quiet in a way I hadn't felt in years. No cars, no air conditioners, not even birds right then. Just trees swaying in the breeze. I stepped out, stretched my legs, and grabbed my gear. The cabin smelled like dry wood and dust. It was cleaner than I expected. There was a small table, a chair, and a metal-framed bed with a thin mattress.
No free, no TV, no radio.
The fireplace was real brick, not one of those fake electric ones. There were logs already stacked in a crate next to it. I walked through the whole place in under 2 minutes. It was small, but it was all I needed. That first night, I read by flashlight and fell asleep early. No trouble, no noise, the kind of sleep that sinks deep into your bones. I woke up to sunlight streaming through the thin curtains and the sound of wind outside. I boiled some water for coffee, sat on the porch, and stared at the trees. It was exactly what I had hoped for. On the 3rd day, things started to change. It began with a sound, not a loud one, just something different. I was splitting logs with the old axe that was leaned against the porch when I heard it. Something crunching through the leaves, maybe 20 or 30 yards into the woods. I paused, holding the axe still, and listened. It stopped, then started again. A slow, uneven pattern. Not a deer, not a squirrel. Something bigger, but not confident. I looked for movement but didn't see anything. I called out just in case it was a hiker or another camper, even though I hadn't seen anyone for days. No answer. I kept chopping but stayed alert. When I went to bed that night, I left the flashlight next to me and made sure the door was locked. The next morning, I saw something strange. Near the edge of the trees where the slope started to drop off, there was a mark in the ground. It looked like a boot print. Not fresh, but not old either. Deep enough to notice. The pattern looked like a hiking boot, but it was pointed the wrong way, like someone had been standing there, facing the cabin. I walked down and looked closer. It was just one print. No trail, no matching opposite foot. nothing leading to or away from it. I circled the area for a few minutes and found nothing else. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it had been there for days and I just hadn't noticed. Maybe it was mine and I had turned around without thinking. But it bothered me. That evening, I lit a fire and stayed up later than usual. I kept listening for the same crunching sound in the woods. Around 10 p.m., I heard it again, this time from behind the cabin. The trees were thick back there. There wasn't really a yard, just woods pressing in. The sound was slower this time, deliberate. I turned off the lantern inside and stood at the window. I waited maybe 5 minutes. Nothing. Then I heard the faintest scrape, like something brushing against wood. I stepped to the front door and opened it quietly. Cold air rushed in. I didn't step outside. I just listened. Nothing. I closed the door and locked it again. The next morning, I found 2 more prints, this time behind the cabin. Same size, same shape, same direction, facing the cabin. They were maybe 10 feet apart. No trail, just those 2. I told myself someone had wandered onto the property. Maybe a hunter or someone who didn't know it was private. But they hadn't knocked. They hadn't spoken. They hadn't walked up the road. Just stood there watching, then left. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every sound made me sit up. Every crack in the fire, every rustle of wind outside. Around 3 a.m., I thought I heard footsteps on the porch. Just once. A single, heavy step. I grabbed my flashlight and my revolver and crept to the window. I couldn't see anything. I didn't open the door this time. When the sun came up, I went outside. The porch looked normal. Nothing knocked over. No scuffs or prints. I walked the perimeter. Nothing. But when I looked at the side of the cabin, I saw a mark on the wood. A faint smear, like someone had run their hand across the wall. It was greasy, like oil or sweat. I touched it, still damp. I decided to leave. I packed everything back into the truck and got ready to head out. But when I tried to start the engine, it wouldn't turn over. Battery was fine. Gas was fine. Just wouldn't catch. I popped the hood. Everything looked normal. I checked the fuses, the cables. Nothing obvious. I tried again. Nothing. I had no cell service. The closest town was over an hour's hike, and I didn't know if anyone even lived out there. I sat in the truck for an hour trying to calm down. Eventually, I grabbed my backpack, loaded it with food, water, the revolver, and a flashlight, and started down the road on foot. I figured I'd hike until I found a signal or saw another person. About 40 minutes into the walk, I heard an engine. It was faint but getting louder. I stepped off the road and waited. A beat-up pickup came around the bend. I stepped out and waved. The man driving was in his 50s, heavy beard, worn clothes. He slowed down, looked at me, and stopped. He offered me a ride to a gas station about 10 miles away. I didn't ask any questions. I just got in. We didn't talk. He dropped me off and left. I called a tow truck and had them bring me back to the cabin the next morning. When the mechanic looked at the engine, he found the distributor cap had been loosened. He said it didn't look accidental. Said it looked like someone had twisted it just enough so the truck wouldn't start. I didn't stay another night. I gathered my things and left with the tow truck. I never went back. I never found out who was watching me or why. I don't know if they were trying to scare me or planning something worse, but they never came forward. They left no messages, no sign, just footsteps and silence. I stopped going on solo trips after that. I still think about that cabin sometimes. The way it felt peaceful at first, then slowly changed. Like the woods themselves had shifted around me, not with spirits or magic, just with a presence. A real one, flesh and blood. That's what makes it worse, because people are far scarier than anything made up. And somewhere out there, someone stood in those woods night after night, staring at that little cabin, watching me, waiting for what, I still don't know. I was 34 when I rented the old cabin out near the edge of the Catskills in late October of 2019. My name's Matt, and I had just gotten out of a long relationship and needed space. My brother had told me about this off-grid cabin he and his wife stayed at the year before. He said it was remote, quiet, and perfect if you wanted to disappear for a while. I didn't want to disappear exactly, but I did want to be alone.
No fones, no internet, no tráfico, no negócio.
That sounded like peace to me. I packed my truck with food, tools, some firewood just in case, and enough coffee to survive a year. The drive took about 6 hours from my apartment in New Jersey. As I got closer, the paved roads turned into gravel, then dirt, and finally just a pair of deep tire ruts through the trees. I had to get out and clear a couple of downed branches with a hatchet to make it through. By the time I got to the cabin, it was just past 4 p.m., and the sun was starting to fall behind the hills. The place was basic but solid. It had a metal roof, 2 rooms, and a front porch with a swing that looked like it hadn't moved in a decade. Inside, there was a small wood stove, a table, a bed with a thin mattress, and some shelves with canned goods and dry food someone had left behind. It smelled like old wood and dust, the kind of smell that lets you know nothing had changed there for a long time. The first couple of days were exactly what I needed. I chopped wood, hiked the trails around the property, sat on the porch with my thermos, and let my mind wander. The only sounds were the wind through the trees and the occasional rustle of deer or raccoons. I didn't see a single person. The air was cold, but not freezing yet, and the sky stayed clear most nights. It was the first time in years I felt like I could breathe. But around the 4th night, something shifted. I had just come in from a walk, and I noticed small things that made my stomach feel tight. First, the front door was ajar. I was sure I'd latched it when I left, and the wind wasn't strong enough to push it open. Then, when I checked the kitchen shelf, one of the canned beans I'd planned to use for dinner was gone. I thought maybe I had moved it earlier, maybe used it already. I tried not to think much about it. That night, it took me a long time to fall asleep. I kept thinking I heard footsteps outside. Not walking exactly, more like careful stepping, the sound of weight being shifted slowly over dead leaves. I got up twice and looked out the window, but all I could see were dark trees and the moonlight cutting shadows across the ground. The next day, I searched around the cabin. I walked a full circle about 50 yards out, looking for prints or signs of animals. I found nothing clear, just broken branches and a few old boot prints in the dirt driveway. Maybe mine, maybe not. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. It's easy to imagine things when you're alone that long. Every creak feels louder. Every shadow seems like something moving. On the 6th day, something happened that I couldn't explain away. I woke up early because the wind had picked up hard during the night. I stepped outside and found a large piece of bark from one of the pine trees placed on the porch rail. It wasn't there the day before. On the inside of the bark, someone or something had scratched 3 lines into the wood. They weren't initials or a symbol, just 3 long, deep scratches, like a warning or a count. I stared at it for a while. Then I threw it into the woods. I tried to ignore it, went about my day, and stayed close to the cabin. But that night I couldn't sleep at all. I heard definite movement out there, slow footsteps again. Once, I swear I heard something breathing right outside the wall near my bed. Not a grunt or a snort, just slow, deep breathing like someone trying not to be heard. I didn't have a gun with me, just a hatchet, a camp knife, and a hammer. That night, I kept the hatchet in bed with me. I didn't light a fire because I didn't want to give away where I was in the cabin. I laid there in the dark, heart pounding, listening to the woods. When the morning came, I found fresh footprints in the mud near the woodpile. Bare feet, human, at least 2 sets, one larger and one smaller. I followed them a little, maybe 50 feet into the woods, until they veered off into the underbrush and disappeared. My heart dropped. I packed my bag with essentials and planned to leave right then. But when I turned the key in the truck, it just clicked. Battery was dead. I hadn't left the lights on. I popped the hood. Nothing seemed out of place, but the battery was stone cold. I tried a few more times. Nothing. I thought about hiking out, but the nearest town was at least 15 miles, maybe more. I didn't want to leave the truck and all my gear, and part of me still hoped I was overreacting. I decided to give it one more night and try the truck again in the morning. I rationed the rest of my food and set up a little system with some old pots and pans from the kitchen. I tied them with wire and hung them around the trees near the cabin so I'd hear if anything came close. Around midnight, I heard one of them rattle, then another. I grabbed the hatchet and crept to the window. I couldn't see much, just shadows moving between trees. Then the pan near the back door clattered to the ground. I heard something run, bare feet slapping on wet leaves. I didn't sleep. I sat with my back to the door, clutching the hatchet, waiting for the sun. When morning came, I checked the truck again. Started like normal. Battery was fine. I didn't waste a second. I threw everything in the back and got the hell out of there. Didn't even stop to shut the cabin door. When I finally got to a gas station 2 hours down the road, I asked the clerk if anyone else lived out near that part of the woods. He looked at me like I was crazy, said there were some old off-grid types out there years ago, but most had moved away or disappeared. I never went back. I never told my brother what really happened, but I've thought about it every day since. Something was out there, something that watched and waited and came closer every night. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed one more day, but I got out, and that's all that matters. I changed after that trip. I double-check every lock. I keep a knife within reach even at home. I don't go into the woods alone anymore, and I don't ever ignore the sound of footsteps in the dark. It was the fall of 2018 when I decided to take a solo trip to a cabin deep in the northern woods of Minnesota. I was 33 years old, going through a rough stretch mentally, and I thought a break from people, from noise, from everything might help. I didn't tell many people where I was going. I just said I'd be out of town for a while. The cabin belonged to a coworker's uncle who had passed away the previous winter. She mentioned it was empty and that I could use it for as long as I wanted. All I had to do was bring my own supplies and leave the place in the same condition I found it. I loaded up my truck with what I thought I'd need: canned food, bottled water, a few coolers with fresh stuff, batteries, firewood, a small generator, a couple of books, a propane heater, and some other camping gear. I left my phone on, but there wasn't any signal for most of the drive anyway. The directions she gave me were old school, handwritten with landmarks, and after turning off the last paved road, I followed about 12 miles of bumpy dirt trail that cut through heavy pine and birch forest. By the time I arrived, the sun was low. The cabin was old, maybe built in the 70s. It had a sagging front porch, a tin roof speckled with fallen leaves, and a chimney that leaned a bit to the left. But it was dry, sturdy, and locked up tight. I found the spare key in a rusted coffee can under the third stair, just like she'd said. Inside, it smelled like dry wood and dust. The furniture was old but clean. Just a cot, a rocking chair, a fold-out table, a few shelves, and an ironwood stove in the corner. I unpacked slowly, settled in, and by the time I had the fire going, the woods were completely dark. The first few days passed quietly. I spent the mornings chopping firewood, the afternoons walking trails or reading, and the evenings eating simple meals and writing in a journal. At night, the sounds of the woods were loud: crickets, owls, the occasional rustle of deer. I wasn't scared, just cautious. There's a level of alertness that kicks in when you're completely alone out there, and I felt it, but I never felt like I was in danger. But around the fourth day, things started to feel different. Started small. I found the back door cracked open one morning when I was sure I'd latched it the night before. I chalked it up to the wind. The next night, I thought I heard footsteps on the porch around midnight. I turned on my lantern and checked, but there was nothing. Just the wind again, I told myself. Then came the tracks. On the sixth morning, I found footprints in the mud along the side of the cabin. Not boot prints like mine, bare feet. Human, adult-sized, and clearly fresh. They led from the woods to the cabin and then back into the trees. I froze when I saw them. My heart thudded in my chest. I followed them a little ways, maybe 30 feet, but they disappeared into the underbrush. I couldn't tell where they came from. That whole day I felt off. I kept looking over my shoulder. I stayed near the cabin, carried my axe wherever I went. That night I didn't sleep. I sat up in the rocking chair, watching the front door, the windows, listening. Nothing came, but the next morning, more tracks. This time, around the back of the cabin and toward the little tool shed that sat 20 yards away. I hadn't opened it since I got there. The lock was rusty and old. I walked over, gripping the axe tight. The lock was gone. Just gone. Not broken, not hanging open, gone. I slowly opened the door, and inside it looked like someone had been sleeping there. A dirty blanket, a crushed beer can, a torn jacket. Everything smelled like sweat and mildew. I backed out slowly, closed the door, and jammed a piece of wood through the handle to wedge it shut. I didn't know what to do. There was no cell signal, and I hadn't seen another person since the last town, about 30 miles back. I considered packing up and leaving, but I told myself maybe it was just a drifter who passed through. Maybe they were already gone. Maybe, but the feeling didn't go away. That night, I heard something moving around the back again, a scraping sound, then a thud, like something being dropped. I held my breath. I turned off the lantern and peered through the corner of the window. I couldn't see anything. I didn't sleep again. At dawn, I found the window above the sink had been pushed open a few inches, just enough to get a hand through. I locked it every night. I checked it 10 times that night before bed. That day, I reinforced every door and window with boards I found behind the cabin. I kept the axe on me all the time, even when I used the outhouse. I felt like I was being watched constantly. That evening, I made a decision. I was going to leave at first light the next day. I started packing a little, cleaned up the cabin, and made sure the truck was ready. I slept in my clothes, axe by my side. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of glass shattering. Came from the back window. I jumped up and turned on the lantern. I could hear footsteps inside the cabin. Someone had broken in. I didn't wait. I ran for the door, yanked it open, and sprinted into the woods with nothing but the axe and the flashlight in my pocket. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see who it was. I just ran. I ran for what felt like an hour. I stayed off the main path, ducking through brush and trees, not even sure where I was going. Eventually, I crouched behind a thick fallen log and stayed there until the sun started to rise. My legs were shaking. My arms ached. I waited a little longer before I made my way back. I approached the cabin slowly, ready to run again if I had to. The front door was wide open. Inside, everything was torn apart. Drawers dumped, shelves emptied, the mattress flipped. Whoever it was had been searching for something, or maybe just destroying everything. I didn't go in. I walked straight to my truck, heart racing, praying it would start. It did. I didn't even let the engine warm up. I drove as fast as I could down that dirt road, branches slapping the sides of the truck. I didn't stop until I hit pavement. When I finally got into a town, I found the local sheriff's office. I told them everything. They didn't seem surprised. The officer said there'd been reports before. People squatting out in those woods, hiding from the law or society or whatever. A few cabins had been broken into, but they hadn't caught anyone. I drove home that same day. When I got back, I stayed inside for a long time. My coworker never brought up the cabin again, and I didn't ask. Took me a while to sleep through the night again. Sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear that same thud outside. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I hadn't woken up, if I'd stayed asleep. I don't go into the woods alone anymore, and I never will again. It was late October of 2019 when I decided to take a break from everything. I had just turned 32, and life in Cincinnati had started to feel too loud, too fast. I wasn't dealing with anything dramatic. No recent breakup, no major loss. Just that slow, gnawing feeling that life was passing me by while I kept repeating the same routine. I worked in IT for a logistics company, and between the back-to-back meetings, constant emails, and artificial lighting, I felt like I hadn't had a real breath of air in months. I booked a cabin in northern Pennsylvania, near the edge of the Allegheny National Forest. I found it on a rental site, a small one-bedroom wooden cabin about 20 minutes from the nearest paved road. The listing said it had solar power, a propane heater, and a wood stove. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no neighbors. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive took about 6 hours. As I got further from the city and deeper into the forest, the roads narrowed and got bumpier. Leaves had already turned to deep oranges and reds, and the wind pushed them across the road in slow waves. I pulled in around 4:30 p.m., just as the sun dipped low behind the hills. The cabin looked even more remote than I expected. It sat in a shallow clearing surrounded by tall, leafless trees. The driveway was barely wide enough for my SUV. The wooden structure was simple, just a small porch, one front door, and a tiny window to the left of it. There was a shed about 15 feet behind the cabin and a rusted water pump to the right. Inside, it was cozy but rough. The walls were unfinished logs, and the floor creaked under my boots. There was a bed tucked into the back corner with an old patchwork quilt, a wood-burning stove beside it, and a small kitchen area with a propane burner, sink, and a couple of cupboards. A manual said the water pump was functional, and there were instructions for starting the stove. After unpacking, I got the fire going. It took some work, but once the heat kicked in, the space felt warm and alive. I made a simple dinner, then sat on the front porch with a blanket and a cup of coffee. The silence was thick. No distant hum of cars, no buzz of electronics, just the rustle of dry leaves and the occasional crack of branches. That night, I fell asleep easily. Felt like my body had been waiting for quiet. The second day, I woke early. The light coming in through the small window was pale and cold. I made breakfast and spent the day hiking around the forest. I followed no trail, just wandered under the trees, through dry leaves that crunched under every step. The air was cool, crisp, and clean. I didn't see a single person the whole time. It was peaceful. Back at the cabin that evening, I made a small fire in the pit outside and cooked a sausage over it. I watched the sky fade from orange to dark purple and finally into night. The stars were sharper than I had seen in years. That night was the first time I heard something odd. I had just laid down and turned off the lantern. The stove was still warm. I was drifting off when I heard a short, rhythmic tapping sound outside. Not like an animal, more deliberate. Tap, tap, tap. Then silence. I stayed still, eyes open in the dark. It was probably just a branch moving in the wind, but the tapping came again. Tap, tap, tap. Then nothing. I got up and grabbed the flashlight. I opened the door and swept the light across the porch and into the woods. Nothing, just still trees and thick dark. I told myself it was nothing and went back to bed. I left the lantern on. The next day, I stayed close to the cabin. I chopped some firewood, cleaned the shed, and checked the pump. It all worked fine, but I felt uneasy, like I was being watched. I kept looking into the trees, expecting something to be standing there. By the third night, the tapping returned. This time it came earlier. I was sitting inside reading an old paperback I found in one of the cupboards when I heard it again. Top, 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 top. It was coming from the back wall this time. I froze. I sat in the chair, listening. I waited to hear it again, but nothing followed. I stood up slowly and walked to the back wall. It was solid. No windows. I pressed my ear against the wood. Nothing. I went outside again, sweeping the flashlight around the back of the cabin. Nothing moved. No footprints. Just dry leaves. I walked over to the shed and opened it. Empty, except for some rusted tools and a pile of rotting firewood. I locked the cabin door that night. On the fourth day, I found something strange. I had gone out for a walk again, sticking to a loop I had roughly mapped in my head. When I returned, there was something lying on the porch. A dead rabbit. Its neck was twisted unnaturally. It wasn't torn up like from a predator, just broken. There were no tracks, no blood. It was just lying there on the mat. I picked it up with a shovel and tossed it into the woods. That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a loud bang. It sounded like something had hit the wall hard. I jumped out of bed and grabbed the flashlight. The front door was still locked. I opened it slowly and looked outside. There was a mark on the side of the cabin. A long scratch about shoulder height. Fresh. The wood was split. I walked the perimeter again. Nothing. The shed was closed. The woods were still. I stayed awake until dawn. On the fifth day, I decided I'd had enough. I packed my bag, loaded everything into the SUV, and got ready to leave. But when I turned the key, nothing happened. The battery was dead. I tried again. No lights, no sound. I popped the hood and checked the cables. Everything looked fine. I walked around to the back of the vehicle, and that's when I saw it. There were scratches on the rear window, deep ones, like someone had dragged a heavy nail across the glass. My stomach dropped. This wasn't an animal. I ran inside, locked the door, and spent the next hour pacing. I considered walking out, but it was nearly 20 miles of unmarked woods to the nearest town. I didn't have a map, and the signal was still dead. I was stuck. That night, I blocked the windows with blankets and moved the bed so it was out of view from the front. I kept the flashlight in my hand and the axe from the shed by the door. Around midnight, the noises started again. This time it was more than tapping. There were slow, heavy steps on the porch. Then silence. Then the steps moved to the side of the cabin. I held my breath. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it would give me away. Then came a knock. 3 solid hits against the wall. Deliberate, calm. I didn't move. I sat in the dark, gripping the flashlight and axe. Hours passed. Eventually, the noises stopped. The forest went quiet again. At dawn, I went outside. Nothing was there, but the scratch on the wall was deeper, longer. It was carved into the wood now, almost like a symbol. Not letters, just jagged lines. I knew I had to leave. I spent the day trying to fix the SUV. Nothing worked. I gave up and decided to hike out first thing the next morning. I packed my bag with water, snacks, flashlight, and a knife. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the corner, facing the door. At some point, I must have drifted off because I woke to the sound of the doorknob moving. Not jiggling, slowly turning. I stood up, frozen. The lock held, but it turned again. Then it stopped. For the rest of the night, there was nothing. First light, I left. I didn't lock the cabin. I didn't look back. I walked for hours, pushing through brush, following the sun. Around mid-afternoon, I finally came to a gravel road. I flagged down a truck and got a ride into a nearby town. I didn't report anything. What would I say? That something or someone had stalked me for a week in the woods. There were no photos, no video, no proof. Just scars on the cabin and the back window. A few weeks later, I got the SUV towed and brought home. I never returned to that cabin. I found out the listing was taken down. The owner never responded to my messages. I don't know who or what was out there. Maybe some twisted local messing with me. Maybe worse. But I've never felt fear like that before. The kind that settles in your bones. The kind you don't forget. Now, I keep to parks with other people around. I still hike. I still camp. But I don't go looking for solitude anymore. Some quiet places don't want you there. And some doors should stay locked. It was the fall of 2016 when I decided to take a week off and head up to a remote cabin in northern Vermont. I had just turned 34, recently divorced, and needed some time away from people. The cabin belonged to a guy I knew through work. He didn't use it much and said I could have it for as long as I wanted. It sat deep in the woods, a few miles from a small town called Lanton. It was the kind of place where you didn't get cell service, and the nearest neighbor was probably over a mile away. That was exactly what I was looking for. The drive up took most of the day. The last stretch was a narrow dirt road with deep tire grooves and old logging signs hanging from crooked posts. I remember stopping once to let a family of deer cross, and I didn't see another car after that. The silence was different out there, heavier somehow. When I pulled up to the cabin, the sun was already dipping behind the trees. The cabin was small, dark brown wood with a green roof, a front porch with a creaky swing, and a chimney that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was a generator out back for power and a propane tank for heating. Inside, everything was simple. A twin bed with a scratchy wool blanket, a small wood stove, an old radio, a worn couch, and a few shelves with canned food and dusty books. The first night was peaceful. I lit a fire, made some tea, and sat out on the porch for a while. It was cold, but not freezing. Just that crisp autumn air that makes you feel like the world is slowing down. I read a few chapters of a book and turned in early. I didn't even need the generator that night, just the fire and a lantern. The next morning, I woke up to frost on the windows. I went outside and chopped some wood. The silence was strange. I didn't hear birds, not even the usual rustling of squirrels or wind through the trees. It was still like the world had paused. I brushed it off, telling myself I was just used to the noise of the city. I spent the day walking trails behind the cabin, taking pictures, collecting firewood, and writing in my journal. Everything felt normal. That night, though, something changed. I had just climbed into bed when I heard a faint thump outside. At first, I thought it might be a branch falling. Then another thump, and another, closer this time. I got up and peeked out the window, but it was too dark to see much. I stood there for a while, holding my breath, before I convinced myself it was just an animal, maybe a raccoon. I went back to bed. The next morning, I found footprints in the frost. They weren't mine. They circled the cabin once, then stopped at the back door. They looked like boot prints, not heavy ones, more like sneakers or light hiking shoes. They didn't go off into the woods or anywhere else, just stopped. I stared at them for a long time. Then I brushed them away with a stick and tried to move on. Over the next few days, things started happening that I couldn't ignore. I found my axe moved from the chopping block to the porch steps. I hadn't used it since the first morning. A can of soup was missing from the shelf. I thought maybe I had eaten it and forgot, but I checked the trash and it wasn't there. The generator turned off one night by itself, even though I had just filled it with fuel. I chalked it up to a mechanical issue. By the fourth night, I started locking the door. It had a deadbolt and I shoved a chair under the knob just in case. I kept the axe inside with me. That night, I stayed up late with the lantern on. Around midnight, I heard the soft crunch of leaves outside the window, then a creak on the porch. I sat there holding the axe, barely breathing. The creaking went on for a few minutes, then stopped. I waited. Nothing. After what felt like hours, I finally fell asleep. In the morning, I found a muddy handprint on the window. It was small, smaller than mine, but definitely not a kid's. Just a narrow hand with long fingers. That was when I decided I needed to leave. I packed up what I could in one backpack and locked the rest in the cabin. I planned to hike back to the car and head straight home. The path back was quiet. Too quiet. I kept looking over my shoulder, sure someone was behind me. When I finally got to the car, there was a deep scratch down the driver's side door. 3 parallel lines like someone had dragged a tool or nails across it. I got in and drove off without looking back. But the story doesn't end there. A few days after I got home, I got a call from the guy who owned the cabin. He asked if I had left the place unlocked. I told him no, I had locked everything up tight. He said the front door was wide open when he checked it. Inside, the place was trashed. Books thrown everywhere. Cans spilled. The mattress slashed open. He sounded shaken. He said it looked like someone had been living there for a while. I asked if he called the police. He said yes, but they didn't find anyone. No fingerprints, no signs of forced entry. Just the mess. They figured maybe it was some squatter passing through. But here's the part that still keeps me up at night. The owner said he found a journal. Not mine. A small, leather-bound notebook under the bed. It was filled with pages of messy handwriting. The first few entries talked about the woods, the cold, and how they liked being alone. Then it got darker, paranoid, rambling about someone watching them. Entries scribbled over each other. One of the last pages just said, "Still here, still watching." I never went back to that cabin. I moved out of state the next year. Every so often I think about it. The footsteps, the handprint, the scratched up car. But mostly I think about whoever wrote that journal and whether they ever really left. I took a week off work in late October of 2019. I was 34 at the time, single, no kids, and working in insurance. I needed a break from staring at computer screens and arguing with people over coverage. I didn't want to go anywhere popular or expensive. I wanted to be alone in the quiet. I found a cabin listed on a small local rental site. It was in West Virginia, about 4 hours from where I lived in western Pennsylvania. The listing said it was on private land, backed by forest, and not close to any other properties. That was perfect. The pictures looked decent. Nothing fancy. One story, wood-sided, a little porch, and a fire pit out back. The inside had the basics. A twin bed, a small kitchen, a table with 2 chairs, a wood stove, and a bathroom with a shower. It was cheap and looked clean enough. I booked it for 6 nights. I drove out there on a Saturday morning. The weather was cool and gray, and I listened to the radio for most of the drive. After a couple hours on the highway, the directions led me onto smaller and smaller roads until I was on gravel, winding deeper into the woods. There was barely any reception by then. Eventually, I saw the sign the owner described, Martin's Creek Trail, private access, carved into a wooden plank. I turned and followed the single-lane path for about another mile until the trees opened slightly, and there was the cabin. I parked beside it, stepped out, and stretched. The air smelled clean and sharp with leaves and damp wood. No traffic, no people, no noise. I loved it instantly. The key was in a lockbox on the porch. Inside, everything looked like the pictures. The place was chilly, so I started a fire in the wood stove. It took a few tries to get it going, but once the cabin started to warm up, I unpacked a bit. I had brought a cooler full of food, some paperbacks, and my laptop loaded with movies in case I got bored. That first day was peaceful. I made a sandwich, walked a little around the property, and then came back and read until the sun went down. The woods went completely dark after sunset. No lights from neighbors, no distant glow from towns. Just pitch black beyond the windows. It was a little unsettling, but I liked it. That night I slept fine. The bed was stiff, but I was tired. The only noise was the creaking of the cabin settling and the occasional sound of wind pushing against the trees. It reminded me of camping as a kid. The second day I explored more. There was a rough path behind the cabin that led into the woods. I followed it for about 20 minutes. It looked like a deer trail more than anything formal. I saw tracks, maybe from a coyote or something, but nothing fresh. The forest was dense and quiet. I didn't go too far since I didn't want to get lost. I turned around once I lost sight of the cabin. That afternoon, I heard something strange. I was chopping some kindling near the fire pit when I thought I heard movement in the woods behind me. I stopped and looked, but nothing moved. I listened hard. Then I heard it again. A low thud, like something hitting the ground. I figured it was a branch falling. Trees lose limbs all the time, but then it happened again. And again, a soft, steady thudding. I stood still, waiting. It stopped after about a minute. I walked toward the edge of the trees, but I couldn't see anything. I called out, even though I knew no one was supposed to be around. No answer. I shrugged it off. Maybe it was a deer or a raccoon. That night, I had a harder time falling asleep. The wind had picked up, and the fire died down quicker than the night before. I kept hearing little noises, pops in the wood stove, faint taps from outside. At some point, I dozed off, but I woke again just past 2 a.m. I know the time because I checked my watch. I heard something outside. It sounded like footsteps, not close but steady, crunching leaves, moving slowly. I held my breath and sat up. The sound came from the woods behind the cabin. It moved parallel to the back wall, slowly passing by. Then it stopped. I sat there, heart pounding, straining to hear more. After maybe 30 seconds, it started again, going the other direction, then faded into the distance. I didn't sleep after that. I stayed in bed, staring at the ceiling until the sky started to brighten. In the morning, I walked around the cabin, looking for footprints or anything that might explain what I heard. The ground was covered in leaves. If something passed through, it didn't leave any obvious marks. I kept telling myself it had to be an animal, but something about the rhythm of those steps had felt different, too deliberate. I spent most of the third day near the cabin. I didn't want to go back into the woods. I kept looking out the windows. Every little sound made me jump. It wasn't like me. I wasn't paranoid. I liked being alone, but something felt wrong now. Late that afternoon, I found something behind the cabin. I had gone out to restock the woodpile. When I reached down to grab a log, I saw something sticking out from under the cabin itself. It was small, white, and round. I knelt and reached for it. It was a chicken bone. looked like part of a leg. I don't eat chicken off the bone. All the food I brought was in containers. This bone hadn't been there before. I crouched lower and looked further under the cabin. There were more bones. Small, scattered, and not all from one animal. I saw what looked like a squirrel skull and a few ribs, maybe from a rabbit. Some were old and gray, others looked fresh. I backed away, stomach turning. Why would animal bones be under the cabin? Maybe something was dragging its kills there, but it hadn't smelled like rot, and I hadn't heard anything that loud. It didn't add up. That night was the worst. I tried to sleep early, but every noise outside made me tense. I left the fire burning low and kept a flashlight beside the bed. Around midnight, I woke up sweating. I didn't know why at first. Then I heard it again, the footsteps. Closer this time, right behind the cabin. Slow, steady, crunching leaves. Then they stopped. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling, barely breathing. The footsteps didn't come back. But maybe 10 minutes later, I heard something else. A faint sound like breathing. Not mine. Not from inside. It was coming from the back window. A slow, shallow breath, like someone standing just outside. I didn't get up. I didn't look. I just laid there for what felt like hours. At some point, I passed out from sheer exhaustion. I woke up to full daylight. I ran outside, heart still racing. There were no signs of anyone. I went behind the cabin, checked the ground again. Nothing, just leaves and sticks. But I couldn't stay. I packed up everything in under 20 minutes. I left the last of the firewood, half my groceries, and didn't even check if I left anything in the bathroom. I just threw it all in the car, locked up, and got out. The drive back was nerve-wracking. Every car I passed made me jump. I kept checking the rearview mirror. When I got back to my apartment, I locked every door and window and sat in the middle of the living room for an hour. I didn't tell anyone what happened for weeks. I never got an explanation. I didn't report it. There was nothing to report. No damage, no evidence, just some sounds and bones and a bad feeling. But something was out there. Someone. I checked the rental site later. The listing was gone. I'll never rent a remote cabin again. It was the fall of 2011 when I decided to take a solo trip to the remote woods of northern Maine. I was 32 years old, living in Portland at the time, and after months of stressful work at a small publishing company, I wanted nothing more than a quiet retreat far from the noise of the city. I found a small cabin listed for rent online, tucked away near a lake called Moose View. It was about a 2-hour drive north of Bangor, surrounded by dense forest, with no neighbors for miles. The listing promised solitude, peace, and an old-fashioned experience. No cell service, no internet, just a wood stove, a well, and the chance to live off the grid for a few days. I packed my old Jeep with supplies. Canned food, a good amount of firewood, a heavy-duty flashlight, a first aid kit, and plenty of water. I also brought a book I'd been meaning to read and a notebook for journaling. I had done plenty of camping before, but never stayed in a cabin so far off the beaten path alone. I felt prepared. The drive up was uneventful, except for the changing colors of the leaves, which were turning bright oranges, reds, and yellows. The roads became narrower and rougher the farther I went. Gravel replaced asphalt, and tall pine trees lined the roadside, their tops disappearing into a gray sky that looked heavy with rain. When I finally turned down the dirt road leading to the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows between the trees. The cabin itself was small and simple, made of weathered wood with a small porch and a slanted roof. A stack of firewood lay neatly piled against one side. The windows were small, and the glass was a little foggy with age. It sat on the edge of the forest, with a view of the lake just beyond a small clearing. The water was calm, almost still, and the faint smell of damp earth mixed with pine filled the air. I unlocked the door with the key left for me in a small box nailed to a tree, stepped inside, and immediately noticed the cool, musty smell of the cabin. The floor creaked under my boots. Inside, the cabin had one main room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, and a table with 2 chairs. A narrow stairway led to a loft above where the bed was. I set my bags down, unpacked, and made a fire in the stove. The heat spread slowly through the room, and I felt a warm comfort settle in me after the long drive. As darkness fell, I lit a few candles and sat at the table with my book. Outside, the woods were alive with the sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. The silence was thick but not unpleasant. I made a simple dinner of canned chili warmed over the stove, then wrote a little in my notebook before turning in early. The loft was cramped but cozy. The mattress was thin but clean, and I fell asleep quickly to the sound of wind rustling through the trees. The next day, I woke early with the sun streaming in through a crack in the window. I spent the morning exploring the nearby woods, following faint animal trails, and taking pictures of the colorful leaves. The air was crisp and cool, with the scent of damp moss and pine needles everywhere. I stayed close to the lake, where I found a small wooden dock, weathered and crooked, stretching a few feet into the water. The surface of the lake reflected the gray sky like a mirror, broken only by a few ripples where a fish had jumped. I gathered some more firewood for the stove, careful to pick dry branches and logs. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed a strange feeling, an odd tension in the air that I couldn't quite explain. It was subtle at first, like the calm before a storm. The wind had died down, and the woods were eerily quiet. I brushed it off as imagination and got the fire going again. That night, I stayed up later than the night before. I wanted to enjoy the stillness, so I sat on the porch wrapped in a thick blanket, staring out at the lake under a cloudy sky. The moon was hidden, and the darkness felt heavy. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint crack of a branch snapping and a rustling in the underbrush. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, normal sounds in the woods. But then, I noticed something odd, a light. At first, I thought it was a flashlight or maybe a headlamp from another cabin, but there were supposed to be no other cabins or people anywhere nearby. The light flickered and moved slowly between the trees on the far side of the lake, just barely visible through the thick forest. I stood up and tried to focus on it. The light moved erratically, stopping and starting as if whoever held it was unsure or searching. I felt a chill run down my spine, but convinced myself it was just a hunter or someone checking traps. I watched for a few minutes before it vanished. The rest of the night passed without incident, though I slept poorly. The feeling of being watched settled deep in my mind. I told myself again it was just nerves and that I was safe inside the cabin. The next morning, the weather had turned gray and misty. A fine rain fell, turning the dirt road into slippery mud. I stayed inside most of the day, reading and writing. Around mid-afternoon, I heard a strange noise outside, a faint tapping, like something hitting the window softly. At first, I thought it was the rain, but then it changed to something more deliberate. The tapping came in a slow, steady rhythm, almost like a pattern. I hesitated but finally pulled on my boots and went outside to check. The rain had let up slightly, and the air was damp and cool. I walked around the cabin, shining my flashlight on the ground, looking for tracks or any sign of what might have caused the tapping. Near the side window, I found small, muddy footprints, human-shaped but very small. They led from the edge of the woods toward the cabin and then stopped abruptly by the window. The footprints were fresh, and the mud was soft. I felt a sudden surge of unease. No one was supposed to be nearby. I had not seen another car on the road, and the area was remote. I returned inside, locked the door, and double-checked the windows. I considered calling for help, but reminded myself I had no cell service here. That night, I slept with the lights on and the door locked tight. Every noise outside startled me. At one point, I woke to the sound of footsteps circling the cabin, slow and deliberate. I lay still, heart pounding, listening as the footsteps faded into the distance. The next morning, I decided it was time to leave. I didn't want to be a coward, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming, and the footprints made it clear I wasn't alone. I packed quickly, started the Jeep, and drove back down the muddy road, glancing nervously at the tree line the whole way. When I reached the paved road, relief flooded over me. I pulled over at a gas station to call my friend and tell him what happened. Over the next few days, I reported the footprints and strange noises to the local ranger station. They told me that in recent months, There had been reports of trespassers and squatters in the woods around Mooseview Lake. Some were hunters ignoring permits, others were people camping illegally. The area was remote, and the rangers had difficulty patrolling regularly. Looking back, I realized the tapping was likely someone trying to get my attention or scare me off the property. The footsteps around the cabin were probably people moving nearby, watching and waiting. I was lucky they didn't decide to confront me directly. That experience taught me how vulnerable you can feel when you're alone in the woods, especially when you expect peace but get something else entirely. There was nothing supernatural about it, just real fear from knowing someone else was out there, close enough to leave prints and make noise but far enough away that you can't be sure what their intentions are. I haven't returned to that cabin since, and I'm not sure I ever will. But I do know one thing. When you're out in the wild, the scariest thing isn't monsters or ghosts. It's the knowledge that there are other people who might not want you there, watching and waiting in the shadows. And sometimes that's enough to make you want to leave. The whole thing started as a simple plan. I was burned out from work, drowning in endless spreadsheets and late nights. I needed a break, a place far from city noise and the constant buzz of phones and emails. So, I looked for a cabin rental somewhere remote, where the only sounds would be the wind through the trees and maybe some birds. After a few calls and some scrolling through listings, I found a cabin tucked away in the northern Vermont woods, near a small town called East Burke. It was a tiny place, built mostly of rough pine logs, with a stone chimney and a wood stove inside. The pictures showed a peaceful porch with a view of tall, straight trees and a narrow dirt road leading up to it. The price was reasonable, and the reviews said it was quiet and private. That's all I needed. I packed my car with everything I thought I'd need for a week. Canned food, fresh water, firewood I bought locally, warm clothes, and my old hiking boots. The drive from Boston to East Burke took about 4 hours, winding through smaller roads as I got closer. The sun was just starting to dip low when I turned onto the gravel road that led to the cabin. The road was narrow, with thick woods pressing close on both sides, their branches barely letting the fading light through. As I drove slowly down the path, the gravel crunched under my tires, and the smell of damp earth and pine filled the air. It was quiet except for the sound of my car and an occasional bird calling out somewhere far above. When I finally pulled up in front of the cabin, the first thing I noticed was how still everything was. No wind stirred the leaves, and no animals were moving nearby. The cabin looked just like the pictures, sturdy but old, with some moss growing on the roof and windows with small wooden shutters. I parked, grabbed my bags, and unlocked the heavy wooden door. Inside, the air smelled like old wood and a faint trace of smoke from the last fire. The cabin was small, a single room with a simple kitchen area, a wood stove in one corner, and a bed against the far wall. A few lanterns sat on shelves, and there was a stack of firewood near the stove. I dropped my bags and opened a window to let in the cool fall air. The sun was almost gone, and the woods outside were already turning into shadows. I started a fire in the stove, careful to get the dry logs burning well, and then I took out some canned soup and a loaf of bread for dinner. I ate slowly, savoring the quiet. No emails, no phone calls, no noise except for the fire crackling and the occasional sound of twigs snapping outside. After dinner, I pulled on my sweater and sat on the porch with a thermos of tea, watching the stars start to appear one by one. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, clear and bright without city lights to dim it. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. The first 2 days passed quietly. I took walks around the area, exploring a few trails marked on a map left in the cabin. The trees were mostly pine and birch, with some maples still holding on to red and gold leaves. The air was crisp and smelled of earth and wood smoke. I kept my phone on airplane mode most of the time, only turning it on briefly to check the time. At night, I read by the fire or sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket, feeling the chill settle in. But on the third night, things started to feel different. I had gone to bed early, tired from a long walk. The fire was low, and I'd left the wood stove door cracked open a bit to keep a small glow going. I was just drifting off when I heard a noise outside. At first, I thought it was just the wind moving branches, but the sound was too sharp and steady, like something was scraping against the side of the cabin. I sat up slowly, heart pounding a little. The cabin was pitch dark except for the faint red glow of the fire stove. I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe it was a deer brushing against the wall or a raccoon. I told myself it was nothing, but then the sound came again. A scraping, low and deliberate, like claws or something rough against the wood. I got out of bed quietly and grabbed my flashlight from the kitchen table. The cabin was dead silent except for the occasional creak of the old logs settling. I clicked on the light and aimed it out the window toward the side of the cabin. Nothing, just the dark woods. I stepped outside, the cold hitting me immediately. The fire's warmth faded fast. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the woods looked black and endless. I scanned the area with my flashlight, shining it on the ground near the porch and down the side of the cabin. No footprints, no signs of animals. The ground was dry but covered in fallen pine needles and leaves. I stood there for a few minutes, listening, but heard nothing else. The scraping noise didn't come back. Shrugging, I went back inside, locked the door, and sat back down near the stove. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak of the cabin made me jump, and I kept imagining noises outside. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel path, but when I checked the window, nothing was there. The next day, I tried to brush it off. Maybe it was just my imagination. But as I walked the trails, I started noticing other strange things. A broken branch snapped loudly nearby, but no animal or person was there when I looked. At one point, I found some old, dried blood stains on a rock near the trail. It wasn't fresh, but it was dark and looked human. I took a picture with my phone and kept moving, telling myself not to worry. Back at the cabin, I found my firewood stack had been disturbed. Some logs were moved, almost like someone had picked them up and put them back down roughly. I was sure I had stacked them carefully the day before. No footprints or other signs, just the moved wood. The feeling of being watched grew. I caught myself glancing out the windows often, even though I knew no one was supposed to be nearby. The woods were too thick and far from roads for casual visitors. I told myself it was just the cabin's old creaks and the wild animals that lived around. On the fourth night, the noise came back. It started with a scratching, low and slow, from the back of the cabin. Then a soft thud, like something heavy dropping onto the ground. I lay in bed, heart pounding, listening as the sounds moved around the cabin's perimeter. It was impossible to tell where exactly. I tried calling for help on my phone, but there was no signal. The nearest town was miles away, and no one knew I was here except the rental agency. I stayed awake, flashlight ready, watching the windows. Suddenly, I heard a heavy knock on the door. It wasn't the kind of knock you expect from a visitor. It was hard, angry, and loud. I froze, unsure what to do. The cabin had only one door. I gripped a large kitchen knife and crept toward it. The knocking stopped as suddenly as it had started. For a moment, the silence was worse than the noise. I waited a long time, then gathered enough courage to look through the peephole. Nothing. No one. The woods were dark and quiet. The next morning, I found more signs. The back door had scratch marks on the wood, deep and fresh. The lock hadn't been broken, but it was clear something had tried to get in. I was scared but still didn't want to leave. I was only halfway through my week and wanted to prove I could handle this alone. I decided to set up some makeshift alarms around the cabin using empty cans and string, hoping to hear if someone or something moved nearby. I also made sure the fire was always burning when I was inside and kept a large rock by the door just in case. As the days passed, the noises continued. Sometimes the cans would rattle in the night. Sometimes I heard footsteps circling the cabin. One night, I saw a shadow move past the window, but when I looked, nothing was there. The feeling of being watched never left. It was exhausting and stressful. On the sixth day, I woke up to find the firewood stack knocked over completely. The wood was scattered everywhere, some pieces even broken. I checked the windows and door locks again, no sign of forced entry. I felt trapped, like someone was toying with me. That night, I barely slept. Around 2 a.m., I heard someone trying to open the back door. The knob rattled as if being turned. I grabbed the rock and crept toward the door, ready to defend myself. The rattling stopped suddenly, then footsteps retreated into the dark woods. I called the rental agency first thing in the morning and told them what was happening. They apologized and promised to send someone to check the property the next day. They said it was rare for anyone to come near the cabin, but sometimes hunters or trespassers did. Relieved that help might come soon, I spent the day preparing to leave. I packed my bags, cleaned the cabin as best I could, and kept watch on the windows. The woods felt less friendly now. What had seemed like peaceful solitude was turning into a nightmare. The next day, a man from the agency arrived. He was in his late 40s, wore a worn jacket and boots, and introduced himself as Tom. We walked around the cabin together. He examined the scratch marks on the door, the disturbed firewood, and the scattered cans. He told me there had been reports in the area of a group of homeless people or drifters who sometimes passed through the woods. They were mostly harmless but could be desperate and unpredictable. He suspected one of them had been trying to get shelter or steal supplies. It was the autumn of 2017 when I decided to get away from everything for a while. I was 29, feeling worn out from city life and the constant noise that never seemed to stop. My job at an advertising agency in Denver was stressful. My rent was high, and my small apartment felt more like a cage than a home. I needed some time alone, a place far from the crowd, where I could breathe and think. I had heard about a small cabin rental deep in the woods near Estes Park, Colorado. It was owned by a man who only rented it out in the off-season, hoping to keep it quiet and untouched during winter. The cabin was said to be simple, with no internet or cell phone signal, just a small fireplace and a wood stove, surrounded by dense forest and hiking trails. Exactly what I wanted. I booked it for 4 days, planning to disconnect completely. No phone, no work, no distractions. Just me, the woods, and silence. The drive up was long but beautiful. The trees were turning colors, reds, yellows, and browns. The air was cool but fresh, and I rolled down the window to breathe it in. The GPS signal dropped off about 10 miles before the cabin, so I followed the directions the owner sent me in an email. The last part of the road was a narrow dirt path winding through thick pine trees. I saw no other cars or signs of people for miles. When I finally arrived, the cabin was exactly as promised. It was small, made of dark weathered wood, with a stone chimney and a small porch that creaked under my weight as I stepped out. The forest pressed in close on all sides, with tall trees towering overhead and thick underbrush blocking any views beyond a few feet. The silence was immediate and deep, broken only by occasional bird calls and the rustle of leaves. Inside, the cabin was modest but cozy. There was a simple bed with a thick quilt, a small kitchen area with a gas stove, and a table and chairs. A stack of firewood sat neatly beside the stone fireplace, and a few candles were scattered around for light. The windows were small and dirty but offered some view of the trees outside. After unloading my things, I unpacked my bag slowly, savoring the quiet. I had brought a few books, some food, and warm clothes. No electronics beyond my phone, which I put on airplane mode immediately. I wanted to be offline. The idea of being so far from everything felt freeing. As evening fell, I gathered some wood and lit a fire in the fireplace. The flames flickered and crackled, casting dancing shadows on the walls. I sat in an old armchair by the fire with a book, sipping coffee from a mug I brought along. Outside, the sky darkened quickly, stars appearing in the clear air. The first night was calm. I slept soundly, though I woke once or twice to strange noises outside. Branches snapping, leaves crunching. I told myself it was just animals, deer or raccoons moving through the forest. The silence made every little sound seem louder, and the darkness thicker. The next morning, I woke early and stepped outside. The sun filtered through the trees, making patches of gold on the ground. I explored a little, following a narrow trail that led downhill to a small creek. The water was cold and clear, rushing over rocks with a soft murmur. I filled my water bottle and sat on a large fallen log, feeling the cool air on my face. I spent the day reading, walking, and chopping wood to keep the fire going. The cabin felt like a sanctuary, but as the day wore on, I began to notice small odd things. My food supply seemed lighter than when I had packed it. At first, I thought I had just miscounted or eaten more than I realized. Then, one morning, I found a few scraps of my bread lying on the porch steps, chewed and torn apart. I didn't see any animals nearby, but it was clear something had been sneaking around. I knew wild animals could come close to cabins, especially ones deep in the forest. Still, the thought made me a little uneasy. That night, the noises outside were louder. I heard the crunch of leaves and branches again, closer than before, circling the cabin. I kept the fire burning bright and stayed near it, feeling the warmth and light push back the dark. I told myself it was just raccoons or maybe a fox. On the third day, things got worse. Early in the morning, I found fresh tracks around the cabin. Deep prints, large and heavy, not like deer or anything I knew. They were human footprints with boots, and they made a circle around the cabin, stopping right at the porch. There were no other cabins or houses nearby. I felt my heart race as I looked around, seeing no one. I was alone, or at least I thought I was. I went inside and locked the door, checking the windows. The cabin was small, easy to secure, but the feeling of someone nearby was growing. I couldn't see anyone, but the tracks told me someone had been there, maybe just last night. I tried to focus on my books, but the silence felt heavy now. I didn't hear any birds, no rustling in the trees. It was like the forest had stopped breathing. That afternoon, while chopping wood, I thought I heard a voice. It was faint, like a whisper carried by the wind, just beyond the trees. I stopped and listened. Nothing. My skin prickled. I packed my things quickly and went back inside. I sat by the fire, making sure the flames were high. I considered leaving, but it was still early, and the roads might be slick with the coming winter. That night was the worst. I woke suddenly to the sound of something pounding on the cabin walls. Not loud, but firm and deliberate, 3 or 4 quick knocks, then a pause, then knocking again. It came from the side where the windows were. I froze, my heart pounding in the dark. The fire was almost out, and the cabin was cold. I grabbed a heavy metal lamp from the kitchen counter and crept toward the window, trying to see outside. There was nothing there. I waited, listening. The knocks came again, this time from the back door. I could feel my hands shaking as I got my phone, still on airplane mode but with a flashlight app, and shone it through the window. The beam cut through the blackness, revealing nothing but the empty forest. No shadows, no figures, just trees. I sat back down, trying to calm my breathing, telling myself it was probably an animal hitting the cabin with a branch or maybe a loose piece of wood rattling in the wind. But the knocking was too regular, too intentional. I stayed awake the rest of the night, fire burning, waiting for the sun. When dawn finally came, I stepped outside carefully. The air was cold and still. I looked around the cabin, checking for signs of anyone or anything. There were no footprints, no signs of recent visitors, except the marks where the knocks had hit the wood, scratches and dents on the siding. The tracks from the previous day were still there, but I found new ones, leading away into the forest. They were large boot prints, deep and heavy, heading downhill toward the main road. I felt exposed, vulnerable, but I was still determined to stay, telling myself I had come this far, and I wouldn't let fear ruin my trip. The fourth day was quiet, almost too quiet. The forest seemed empty. I spent it packing, preparing to leave at first light the next morning. That evening, as I sat by the fire, I heard the sound again. Footsteps outside, slow and heavy, pacing near the cabin. I didn't dare look, just stayed low in my chair with a baseball bat I had found under the bed. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. Then a long pause. I waited, breath held, until finally the footsteps moved away, fading into the woods. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I left early. The drive back to Denver was long, but I kept looking in my rearview mirror, feeling like something was watching. Later, I called the owner of the cabin and told him about the footprints and noises. He said the area was known for hunters during the fall, and sometimes hunters would get lost or curious, wandering around cabins in the woods. Sometimes they didn't mean harm but were careless. He also mentioned there had been reports of a man living off the grid in those woods, someone who didn't like visitors. I never went back. The peace I had hoped to find was replaced by a deep unease, a reminder that being alone in the wild can mean encountering people with unknown intentions. I never thought a simple trip to a remote cabin could turn into something so unsettling. I'm going to write everything as it happened, from the moment I arrived until the moment I left, because looking back, the details are what make the whole experience so vivid and, frankly, hard to shake off. The year was 2019. I was 32 at the time. I work in IT, mostly stuck behind a desk all day, so I decided to take a break from the city and clear my head. I found a small cabin to rent deep in the northern Minnesota woods, near a town called Ely. The place was off the grid, surrounded by thick pines and far from any neighbors. Just what I thought I needed. Silence, peace, no buzzing phones or endless emails. The cabin sat at the end of a narrow dirt road that twisted through dense forest. The whole trip there was about 6 hours from Minneapolis, but the last 2 hours were slow, bumping over gravel and dirt with only the trees to keep me company. The GPS signal disappeared once I got close, so I printed out directions from the rental website before I left. The cabin itself looked small from the outside, maybe 400 square feet, made of rough logs and painted dark brown. It had a steep roof, a small porch with a rocking chair, and a woodpile stacked neatly next to the door. I pulled my car up next to it and sat for a moment, taking it all in. The air smelled sharp and fresh, filled with pine and wet earth. Inside was simple but cozy. There was a small kitchen area with an old propane stove, a table with 2 chairs, a wood-burning stove in the corner, and a bed with thick blankets. No electricity except for a couple of battery-powered lanterns left by the owner. The cabin was clean, but I could tell it hadn't been used in a while. A layer of dust covered the corners, and the faint smell of damp wood hung in the air. I unpacked my things slowly, trying to settle in. Outside, the wind rustled the pine needles and leaves. It was quiet except for the occasional bird call or the distant snap of a branch under some animal's foot. That first night, I built a fire in the wood stove. The crackle and warmth felt good after the long drive. I cooked some canned chili on the stove and ate while sitting by the window, watching the stars twinkle in the clear sky. It was peaceful, exactly what I wanted. But I couldn't sleep well. I kept waking up to strange noises outside. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, something moving just beyond the porch light's glow. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon. The forest here was full of wildlife. The second day, I decided to explore a little. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, and my phone, though I knew signal was weak or non-existent. There was a trailhead about a mile from the cabin, so I followed it. The trail was narrow, weaving between towering pines and thick underbrush. The ground was soft with moss and fallen needles. I walked carefully, enjoying the quiet, but the deeper I went, the heavier the forest felt. The trees seemed to close in tighter, and the air grew cooler and damper. At one point, I came to a small clearing with an old, abandoned fire pit ringed with stones. It looked like someone had camped here years ago. The wood was charred and black, but the area around it was overgrown with weeds and saplings. I sat on a fallen log nearby and took a break, sipping water and listening. That's when I heard it. Not an animal or the wind. It was a soft thud, then a dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled over dry leaves. It wasn't close, but it was definitely moving through the forest not far from me. I froze and listened harder. The noise stopped suddenly. I waited for a long time but didn't hear anything else, so I decided to head back. When I got closer to the cabin, it was late afternoon. The sun filtered weakly through thick branches, casting long shadows. The woods felt darker here, even in daylight. I noticed the porch light was flickering. That didn't make sense since it ran on batteries and I hadn't used it that day. Inside, I checked the batteries and replaced them, but the flickering continued. It was faint, almost like the light was struggling against something. That night, I slept with the door locked and the curtains drawn tight. The noises outside didn't stop. I heard something walking around the cabin, slow and deliberate, circling the building multiple times. It sounded heavy, like someone carrying a large backpack or dragging something on the ground. In the morning, I found the porch floor scratched. The marks looked deep, made by something sharp or heavy scraping across the wood. I tried to explain it away, maybe a big animal or the wind blowing debris against the porch. But the marks were too long and irregular to be natural. By the third day, I was starting to feel uneasy. The peaceful escape I'd imagined was slipping away. I kept my phone charged but still had no signal, and the battery on my portable charger was running low. I went back to the trail, hoping to clear my head again. But this time, the feeling was worse. The forest was too quiet, like the animals had gone into hiding. I kept hearing distant sounds that didn't fit. Heavy footsteps, the snap of branches in quick succession, sometimes a low, rhythmic thumping. Once, while I was walking, I caught movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping between the trees. When I turned to look, nothing was there. I stopped and scanned the area, feeling sweat bead on my forehead. The air suddenly felt thick, almost suffocating. I decided to head back quickly. When I got near the cabin, something caught my attention on the ground. A small, crude pile of rocks stacked beside the front steps. I didn't put it there. Whoever or whatever had made it was close. The next night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window with the curtains pulled back, watching the dark woods. The fire in the stove burned low. I kept hearing sounds, footsteps pacing just outside, the scratching on the porch, branches breaking. At one point, I thought I saw a figure standing beyond the edge of the porch light, too tall and thin to be an animal. It didn't move, just stared in my direction before disappearing into the shadows. I didn't scream or panic. I just sat very still, heart pounding. I knew there was no one nearby, or at least I hoped so. I was alone in the middle of nowhere. On the fourth day, I woke up early and packed most of my things. I planned to stay one more night and then leave in the morning. I felt trapped but didn't want to cut the trip short without a reason. That afternoon, I found more signs. The door lock had been tampered with, not forced open, but the screws were loose and the latch shifted. I tightened everything, but it shook my confidence. I also found more piles of rocks, small scratches on the cabin walls and footprints outside, big boots, fresh mud, but no tire tracks or vehicles. Someone had been walking around the cabin when I wasn't looking. That night, I left the porch light off. I sat in the dark by the stove, the only light coming from the fire. The noises outside were louder, closer. I could hear heavy breathing, slow and measured. A branch snapped, and I thought I saw movement right at the edge of the firelight. I had no phone signal to call for help. No one would know I was here. Suddenly, I heard a loud banging on the front door. Not a knock, but a heavy, forceful banging. My heart jumped into my throat. The door shook with each hit. I grabbed a heavy cast iron pan from the kitchen and held it tightly, ready to defend myself if needed. The banging continued for several minutes. I didn't move. I just stared at the door, barely breathing. Then it stopped. Silence. I waited, frozen, listening. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. The first light, I decided I had to get out. I grabbed my backpack and quietly slipped out the back door, careful not to make noise. The forest was thick and cold. I kept looking behind me, expecting to see someone or something. The walk back to the main road took longer than expected. My legs ached, and the dense brush scratched at my clothes and skin. The silence was oppressive. Finally, after what felt like hours, I heard the faint hum of a car engine. I stepped onto the gravel road, waving my arms until a pickup truck slowed down. The driver was a middle-aged man who asked if I was okay. I just nodded and got in without saying much. On the way back to town, I told him a little about the cabin. He said it was common for people to leave piles of rocks or make marks in the woods, sometimes as warnings or to mark territory. There were rumors of poachers and trespassers in that area. Sometimes people came to scare off others or send a message. He said the forest here wasn't always safe, especially if you were alone and unknown to locals. I never went back to that cabin. Looking back, I realized how vulnerable I was. The silence, the isolation, the unknown presence outside made every moment tense. I wasn't dealing with anything supernatural, just real fear, real danger. It taught me to respect the wilderness and the people who live close to it. It's not just nature out there. Sometimes, it's something far less friendly. I remember the day I decided to go on that trip as if it was yesterday, even though it was over 5 years ago. It was the summer of 2018, just after I turned 28. I had been working a stressful job in a small town in northern Michigan, doing IT support for a local company. The work wasn't hard, but the long hours, constant phone calls, and never-ending problems had worn me down. I needed to get away from everything, even if just for a few days. I wanted silence, fresh air, and a break from the endless buzz of city life and constant screen time. I had found a small cabin for rent near a place called Timber Creek, a remote area about an hour outside the nearest town. It was a spot I'd never been to, deep in the woods by a river, with no neighbors for miles. The cabin itself was simple: 2 rooms, an old wood stove, a porch that overlooked the forest, and no cell service at all. Perfect. That was the selling point. No internet, no distractions, just me and the woods. I packed my car the night before I left. Just a few things: clothes for the weekend, some canned food, a few bottles of water, a flashlight, and a couple of books. I wasn't planning to be gone long. I wanted to clear my head, hike, fish a bit if I could, and just relax. I told no one where I was going except my sister, who knew I needed some time alone. The drive was about an hour and a half from my place. The closer I got, the smaller the road became. What started as a paved 2-lane highway turned into a gravel path winding through tall pine trees. The sun was setting when I finally saw the cabin, tucked behind a thicket of firs. It looked even smaller than the pictures, weathered but solid. The porch sagged a little and the paint was peeling, but the windows looked clean, and the door still had a sturdy lock. I parked the car and grabbed my bags. The air smelled like pine needles and damp earth. It was quiet, except for the distant sound of the river and some birds settling in for the night. I stepped onto the porch and pushed the door open. The inside smelled like old wood and something faintly musty. The floorboards creaked under my feet. Inside, there was a small kitchen area with a sink and an old stove, though the gas was off. A tiny table sat in the corner, and beyond that was a narrow hallway leading to the bedroom. I set my bags down, opened the windows to let in fresh air, and flicked on the battery-powered lantern I brought just in case. That first night, I barely slept. The silence was heavy, like it pressed down on me. Every little noise, the wind rustling the leaves, a branch tapping the window, felt louder than it should. I wasn't used to being this alone. Still, I told myself it was good to be away from everything. The next morning, I woke early, excited to explore. I made coffee on the camping stove I brought, ate some granola bars, and headed out with my backpack. The plan was to hike along the river for a few miles. The trail was faint but passable, with roots and rocks sticking out. The forest was dense: pines, birches, and maples stretching up to the sky, their leaves whispering in the gentle breeze. As I walked, I felt calm, almost peaceful. The sun filtered through the branches, casting patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped overhead, and I saw squirrels darting between trees. The smell of moss and wet earth was strong. I found a spot by the riverbank, sat on a rock, and dipped my feet in the cold water. It was refreshing. After a while, I headed back toward the cabin, taking a different path that curved through a thicker part of the woods. That's when I noticed something odd. The trail seemed less used, and I could see signs of animals. Deer tracks in the mud, broken branches, and fresh droppings. Then I saw a few plastic bottles, crushed and tossed off the path, and some old cans rusting near the trees. It wasn't the wilderness I imagined. People had been here, and not all of them careful or respectful. Still, I shrugged it off and kept walking. When I returned to the cabin, I felt a bit tired but good. I cooked a simple dinner over the wood stove. A can of chili warmed in a pot, and sat on the porch watching the sunset. That night, the silence returned, but I began to feel different. The woods felt more alive, but not in a good way. There was a weight in the air, like I was being watched. I kept telling myself it was just my mind playing tricks. Still, I locked the doors, closed the windows, and left the lantern on. The next day, I planned to explore further upstream. I packed some snacks, filled my water bottle, and set off early. The trail was rougher, steeper in places. I climbed over fallen logs and crossed shallow streams. As I went deeper into the forest, I noticed something else. Signs that someone else had been here recently. A small fire pit with cold ashes, footprints that didn't match any animal, and broken branches at about waist height, as if someone had pushed through the brush. I stopped and looked around carefully, but I saw no one. The forest was silent except for the river and occasional birds. Still, a knot formed in my stomach. I decided to turn back after about 2 hours. On the way down, the sun was high and the air hot. I was tired and sweaty, and I wanted to get back before dark. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed the front door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had locked it that morning. My heart started pounding. I stepped inside slowly, scanning the room. Nothing looked out of place. No sign of anyone inside. Maybe the wind had pushed it open. I double-checked the locks and closed all the windows again. I thought about calling my sister, but the phone had no signal here. I felt a little uneasy but tried to shake it off. That evening, while I was sitting on the porch watching the stars, I heard a noise in the woods. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a raccoon or a fox. But then I heard something else. A snapping of twigs, soft footsteps coming closer. I froze, listening hard. The noise stopped, then started again, a little closer this time. I grabbed the flashlight from the table and shone it into the trees, the beam cutting through the dark. I didn't see anything. I stayed on the porch until well past midnight, the beam of the flashlight scanning the woods every few seconds. The noises kept coming and going, footsteps, twigs snapping, rustling leaves, but I never saw anyone. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up at every sound. The feeling of being watched never left. The next morning, I decided I had to leave early. I packed my things quickly, grabbed my keys, and started the car. The engine wouldn't start. I tried again and again. Dead battery. I cursed under my breath. I hadn't thought to bring jumper cables. The nearest town was at least an hour away. No cell signal to call for help. The only option was to walk down the gravel road and hope to find someone. I locked the cabin and set off on foot, the sun rising behind me. The gravel road stretched straight for miles, lined on both sides by dense woods. The only sounds were my footsteps and the occasional bird. About 2 miles down the road, I saw an old pickup truck parked beside the road with a man standing next to it. He was wearing a baseball cap, jeans, and a worn jacket. I waved and called out, but no answer. As I got closer, I noticed he was staring into the woods, not moving. I stopped a few feet from him and asked if he could help me with a jump start. He turned slowly and gave me a blank look, not answering. His eyes were cold and his face expressionless. I felt an odd chill and stepped back. He suddenly turned away and walked into the woods without a word. I stood there for a moment, unsure what to do. I tried to follow him, but after a few steps, he disappeared between the trees. I called out but got no reply. I hurried back to the truck, hoping maybe there was a phone or someone else nearby. Nothing. The truck was empty, and there was no sign of the man. I looked around and saw the gravel road continued toward the town. I decided to keep walking, hoping to find another car or house. After about 3 hours of walking, the sun was high and my feet ached. I finally saw a small gas station with a mechanic shop next to it. Relief flooded me. I staggered inside and explained my situation. The mechanic was kind and offered to come back with me to jump the car. When we arrived at the cabin, I felt safer with another person there. He connected the jumper cables and the car roared to life. I thanked him, feeling a heavy weight lift off my shoulders. As I drove away from Timber Creek, I looked back at the cabin and the woods surrounding it. I realized how isolated and vulnerable I had been. It wasn't ghosts or monsters I feared, just the real danger of being alone, far from help, in a place where you never really know who or what might be out there. That trip taught me a lot about respect for nature, the importance of preparation, and the uneasy feeling that comes from being truly alone. I haven't been back to that cabin since, and I don't plan to. But sometimes, when I'm alone and it's quiet, I can still hear those footsteps in the woods, and the memory of that man standing silently at the roadside reminds me how real fear can be, even without anything supernatural. The ending isn't some neat, spooky I moved to a remote area in northern Vermont in the fall of 2018, when I was 27 years old. The plan was simple: escape the chaos of the city and spend a few months alone at a cabin I had found online. The cabin was small, old, but sturdy, tucked deep in the woods near a small lake, the kind of place where cell service was spotty, and the only sounds were the wind in the trees and the occasional splash of a fish in the water. Promise peace and quiet. Exactly what I needed. I had spent years working in a busy office downtown, buried in paperwork and deadlines, and dealing with endless noise. I needed to get away from it all, to clear my head and figure out what I wanted with my life. I saved money for months, packed a few things, and drove up there with nothing but my car, a few bags, and a heavy pack filled with essentials. I didn't bring a computer or phone charger on purpose. I wanted to disconnect entirely. The cabin was on a narrow dirt road that wound through the dense forest. The leaves were already turning fiery red and gold by the time I arrived. It was late afternoon when I pulled up, and the sun was low behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, fresh and clean. The cabin was small, maybe 2 rooms and a loft. It had a wood stove, a tiny kitchen with a sink, a small fridge, and an old gas stove. The walls were made of logs, thick and dark from years of weather. The windows were dirty, and the porch sagged a little, but overall it felt solid. It was the perfect place to be alone. I spent the first day unpacking, setting up firewood, and exploring the surrounding area. There was a small trail that led down to the lake, maybe a 5-minute walk through the trees. The water was cold and clear, and the surface was glassy, reflecting the sky and trees perfectly. I collected some firewood by the shore, and as I walked back, I noticed how quiet everything was. No cars, no airplanes, no neighbors, just the forest and me. That night, I lit a fire in the stove and cooked some canned soup. I sat in a rickety chair next to the fire, listening to the crackle of the wood and the occasional hoot of an owl. The silence was almost overwhelming at first. I was used to constant noise, even if I hated it. Here, the silence felt thick, like it was pressing in on me from all sides. The next morning, I woke early, the cold air creeping through the cracks around the window. I made coffee on the stove and planned my days ahead. I had brought a few books, some notebooks to write in, and plenty of food. I told myself I would spend my time hiking, reading, and just thinking. The first week passed slowly. I kept a strict routine, waking with the sun, chopping wood, gathering water from a nearby stream, and hiking the trails around the cabin. The weather was mostly cool, with crisp mornings and sunny afternoons. The nights grew colder, and I slept under several blankets. I found peace in the solitude, but sometimes, when the wind blew just right, I felt a strange unease. It wasn't fear exactly, more like a feeling that I wasn't completely alone, even though I knew the cabin was miles from the nearest neighbor. Sometimes I would hear footsteps on the porch, or the soft snap of a branch just outside a window, but when I looked, there was nothing. I told myself it was just animals or the wind. There were deer, foxes, maybe even a bear in the area. I was used to wildlife sounds from camping trips, so I tried to ignore it. One night, about 10 days into my stay, the feeling grew stronger. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard a loud knock on the door. It was a solid, hard knock, like someone was banging on the wood with their fist. My heart jumped. I sat up quickly, staring at the door. The cabin was supposed to be empty for miles. I didn't open it. I waited for a few minutes, but no one knocked again. I looked outside through the small window by the door. The porch was empty, nothing but shadows and trees. No footprints in the dirt, no sign of anyone. The night was moonless and dark. I tried to convince myself it was just a branch hitting the door in the wind, but it didn't feel right. The next day, I checked the area around the cabin more carefully. The ground was soft from recent rain, and I looked for footprints near the porch and the road. There were none, at least none that weren't from animals. It was as if no one had been there. That night, I decided to keep a knife next to my bed. The knocking stayed in my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Over the next few days, I started noticing small things out of place. The firewood pile that I had stacked neatly was sometimes scattered. I was sure I had locked the door every night, but one morning, it was slightly ajar. Nothing was stolen, nothing broken, but the sense of intrusion was real. I told myself it could be animals, raccoons, or squirrels looking for food, but the disturbance was too deliberate, too organized to be random animal behavior. Something didn't fit. One evening, I was chopping wood outside near the edge of the forest when I noticed a figure standing among the trees. It was maybe 30 yards away, barely visible in the dim light. I froze and stared. The figure didn't move. It was a man, wearing a dark jacket and a hat pulled low over his face. I called out, but there was no response. The man just watched me. My heart raced and I dropped the axe. He turned slowly and vanished into the woods. I didn't sleep well that night. I was afraid someone was nearby, watching me, maybe waiting. I debated leaving immediately, but the nearest town was over an hour away on narrow, winding roads that could be treacherous at night. The next morning, I packed a bag and drove down to the town. I stopped at the local store and talked to the clerk about the area. I asked if anyone lived nearby or if there had been reports of strangers in the woods. The clerk looked at me oddly and said the area was mostly empty, but some hunters and trappers came through during certain seasons. He warned me to keep my doors locked and be careful. Back at the cabin, I tried to stay calm and focus on my routine, but the feeling of being watched never went away. I double-checked the locks, kept my knife close, and even kept the fire burning late into the night for light and noise. One night, a heavy rainstorm hit. The wind howled through the trees, and rain hammered on the roof and windows. I sat by the fire, listening to the storm, when I heard a faint tapping on the window. I looked up sharply. There was a handprint pressed against the glass. A dirty, muddy handprint. My heart jumped to my throat. I grabbed my knife and crept toward the window, but the handprint was gone. There was nothing outside but rain and dark. I felt trapped, helpless. I couldn't tell if I was imagining things or if someone was really there, lurking just beyond the edge of the cabin. I stayed awake all night, clutching the knife, watching every shadow. The next day, I found footprints in the mud near the cabin. They were big, heavy, and recent. They circled the cabin and disappeared into the forest. I was certain someone had been there, watching me, maybe trying to scare me off. I called the local police from the town, but they said there was little they could do. The area was remote, and without clear evidence or an immediate threat, they couldn't patrol regularly. They suggested I leave if I felt unsafe. I debated my options for hours. I had come here for peace, to be alone and find myself. But now, the isolation was a nightmare. I packed up most of my things that afternoon. That night, as I prepared to sleep, I heard footsteps on the porch again. This time, slow, deliberate, circling the cabin. I held my breath, knife in hand, waiting. The footsteps stopped at the door, then moved away. At dawn, I drove away. I didn't look back. Back in the city, I felt relief and sadness. The cabin was a dream that turned into something darker. But I learned something important. Solitude can be a double-edged sword. It can heal, but it can also expose you to fears you never imagined. The forest was beautiful and quiet, but it was also a place where strangers could hide, where the silence could hide threats. I never went back to the cabin. Instead, I found other ways to heal, surrounded by people in places that felt safe. The experience stayed with me. I learned to trust my instincts and to respect the wilderness and the people who inhabit it. Sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters, but the real dangers hidden in plain sight.